Can you feel it? Nothing can save ya, cause this is the season of funky behavior. I came to relax your mind, you can recline. On what? On this here rhyme. I like the style, I'm staying for a while. It helps me show cats that I'm versatile. I'll touch your dial, turn your frown to a smile. I'll make you feel like you're having a child. So relax and open up, child. I'm about to make you walk what? Pimp style or pimped out style. You don't understand the logic. See, if you don't have it all, I'll take a deposit. I got shit for you, it's alright indeed. It's like going to the garden and planting the seed. It might tickle for a second, but it won't bleed. So just relax, just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can where you at. Just relax and just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can where you at. Just entertainment at the same time, edutainment. In other words, you could call it bent. What I'm saying is that I'm here at your service. It's hard work, but then again, I deserve this. I'm helping people enjoy their spare time. I'm like an instructor when I'm doing my rhyme. Relax and just hear the dope track. It's really not all that, it's not like a gag. We like that when everything is relaxed and chill. You don't have to get fucked up or take pills, cause I like being myself, it feels good. Yo, it makes my meals taste good. 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 So just relax. It's your dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can where you at. Just relax and hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can where you at. Just relax. My mind state, not balloon, it won't inflate. To save the buzz, this much wiser kid, fuck the shade. And take it to a lower level, and dig a ditch for a devil. Got some more kids and pass the shovel. Dig a hole, take them on a spiritual roll. Lyrics unfold, either that or unroll the scroll. Episodes keep reoccurring and stifling. People's vision get blurring, their hearts start murmuring. I'm about 5 times iller than a Sherman. Introspection is God's gift to the miracle. I freak material, lamb's milk without the cereal. When MCs say your booty, they mean venereal. Your fake material hip-hop killers, they more faking than fucking Michael Jackson and Thriller. The status of a hoe, Quanto Costa. They wanna know how much it costs, kid, I bet for keep to me. Just relax and just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can where you at. Just relax and just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can where you at. Just relax.
Working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling. Stay alive, that's
check,
the game.
1 2
it
1
don't
2
matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession,
check,
other
check,
cats
check.
win a war. We got the weapon. People want bombs,
so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. Yeah, check it out, everybody. Back in Effect V Media, aka Empirical. Yeah, MC Empirical, that's what they call me. You know, a lot of information in my music. Also some clever rhymes, you know what I'm saying? But it's based on data. See what I mean? I just don't rap nonsense. I don't make nonsense music. You know what I mean? I want my music to have meaning, and I want everybody to understand exactly what I'm saying in the English language, you know, so there's no confusion about my message. If I said something in my music, I pretty much mean it exactly that way. You know, the name of this song is All We Need, you know, and you hear that part in the hook when it's saying, what about the children dying? You know, yeah, that's a real question. What about the children dying? What about the people dying? You know, yeah, I actually mean that. I could say, you know, what about that bitch's fat ass? But I didn't say that. I could talk about some gold chain, but I'm not into that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not into that at all. Not into gold, not into jewelry, because people die every day over diamonds and gold. And that's just not me. I don't want that karma on my body. And I've always been that way. You know, I told people every once in a while, I tell people I'm actually very conservative myself, how I deal with my things, how I live my life. I'm very, very conservative, but I don't push. That doesn't mean I push my conservative views about how I live my life on other people. That's not on me. I don't really care how other people choose to, you know, I'm not somebody else. I'm me. Other people need to do what's best for them in their life. But that's how I kick it. And that's what my music is about. It, you know, you could say it's conservative in some kind of way. But you could also say I express a lot of empathy and care for situations, world affairs, people affairs, everyday people. Yeah. So I try to make my music about everyday people and feelings, you know, that people go through. And it's not always bad. Sometimes it's about love, expressing love for a woman. Sometimes it's about expressing love for people in general, you know, the state of the world, kids, you know what I'm saying? The shit kids have to grow up in. It's about a whole list of things, you know, politics, you know, this kind of stuff. But in any case, y'all, I'm glad everybody's here. And I'm glad I could join folks again for one more episode. Now, out of many more, it's going to be 1,000 more episodes. You know what I'm saying? And I enjoy it. I actually enjoy it. And yeah, what the hell, man? You know, if you enjoy someone ranting and pointing out how foul this administration is, then you found your guy. If you're looking for a person that is not hiding who he is while he's saying his opinion on the internet, well, you found me. I stand on the shit I say. That's why my face is here. You can Google me. You can find out who I am. My shit is all open. Got a book out there? Yeah, it's my opinion. Something illegal about it? No. Nothing at all. And so the reason why I show people my face is because I actually stand on the words that I say. I'm not going to go back on the internet one day and then pretend like I'm something else and shit, you know, change the whole script later. And it's a lot of people that do this shit, man. It's a lot of people. And I don't know why. Listen, grown-ups need to stand on business. Stand on something. That's what the kids want to see. If you're not willing to show your face and when you speak your opinion, what example is that to the kids? What example is that to the kids? You're not teaching the kids to stand up for themselves. What example is that for anybody else? When you don't show who you are, you're not teaching anybody to stand up. You're not encouraging anyone to stand up. Show who you are, speak your mind, and deal with the consequences, period. That's what you need to do when you want to change some shit. Okay? And you need to be like that every day of the week. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's my view about it. You know, that's my view about it, you know. Hey, but some of y'all are going to be out there fucking YouTube page 2 years old. Got all times for conversation on it. I ain't got time to be typing a bunch of shit all the goddamn day. If I'm going to type, I'm going to type a fucking report. I'm not going to be in somebody's goddamn. And then when they tell you, show your face, be like, sorry, can't do that. Got loads of fucking opinions, huh? I mean, anyway, well, guess what? I'm here to talk about something more than just my opinion. But if you get my opinion, I stand on my opinion. Am I perfect? Do I change my mind sometime? Yeah, sometimes I do change my mind, but I'll let you know. I'll let you know that's life. That's how it is. That's people for you. That's people for you. But one thing I'm going to do is I'm not going to only leave you with my opinion. I'm going to also share some other people's opinions to qualify my views too. And guess what? I'm going to give some live reaction because I don't know what they're about to say on BBC. But you could know one thing for sure. You're going to get my live reaction. It's actually going to be real. I'm not going to be covering up and shit like. Any case, man, yeah, deal with it. Okay. In any case, here, look. One of the more serious things that's going on, I think, that needs to be discussed is what's going on with Israel in the United States and Congress. Congress, wait, can you stop giving our fucking money away to everyone with no accountability? Can you just fucking stop doing that? Stop doing it. When people are getting killed, when it is war and the war doesn't come to an end after decades, there's no solution. Hey, that means something is wrong. And you can't just keep throwing money at something that doesn't fucking work. You can't do that. U.S. foreign policy has changed from time to time. We have an administration now that really said, fuck Obama's agreement with Iran. Fuck that. And he just said, rip it up like it was nothing. Nothing at all. Some nigga made this agreement, so it doesn't count. Ripped it up. And guess where we at now? The man that said, we're not going to be in foreign wars. Nothing but fucking wars. With nothing but fucking war. Hasn't changed anything. You know why? Because there's something that all people identify with. You know, if you want to keep it real, it doesn't matter who you're talking about unless you're not for the people. If you're not for the people and you just some elitist, then you don't know what I'm talking about. But everyday people know what I'm talking about when I say this. You know what? Even if I don't agree, there's a certain point where I recognize that everyone has pride in who they are and they just don't want to be trampled fucking on. You know, come on. You know what I'm saying? And the elitists of the world that just keep throwing money at it don't seem to understand it. That's not good in solving problems. You can't solve a problem with someone that you don't understand. And you're never going to get cooperation from a group of people that feel like you don't respect them at all. That's backwards. That's a backwards concept. Iran is never going to respect you because you don't respect them at all. There's not one thing you respect about them. There's not one kind thing you could say about them. Not one thing. That's a problem. That's a problem. And Iran, actually, you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to cap for anybody, but listen, Iran is not hiding behind the U.S.'s power. Iran is not hiding behind our power. You see what I mean? They're actually getting hit hard by our power. And the beef is not even between us and them. Like, what the fuck is going on here? What the fuck is going on here? Okay? And the reason why it's not between us and them is because just because we disagree, shit, we can just have sanctions and be out. We don't need to be bombing little kids. We don't need to be wasting bombs on you. We just don't have to do business with you. That's what the U.S. was doing. The U.S. and its allies was saying, hey, we just ain't going to do business with you if that's how you feel about it, Iran. But Trump and Israel, they don't respect that. It's not that they're not going to do business with them. It's that they call them the axis of fucking evil. How are you ever going to come to a conclusion when you call someone else the axis of fucking evil? It doesn't matter who. Would you like it if people started calling, the United States of America the axis of evil? Would you like that? Would you like it? What about if people started calling Israel the axis of evil? Would Israelis like that? Would that be something you could get cooperation from Israel? Is that how you greet them? Hello, Mr. President. You're the president of the axis of evil. Hello, Mr. Trump. Let's sit down. Hello, Netanyahu, president of the axis of evil. Let's start our meeting off. Hopefully we get somewhere with that, Mr. Axis of Evil. I mean, all the name calling. Sorry. You should get no money when you don't have level heads that are willing to break new ground. That's what it takes. Okay? And it's not a weakness. It's a strength to have level heads that know how to communicate responsibly, usefully, and get something that has never been done before. That's what it takes. Grown-ups. So I don't want my money going to a bunch of bickering fucking bitch ass goddamn noisy fucking kids that can never come to a fucking agreement. And I'm gonna tell you, if Iran and Israel want to blow each other fucking up to hell, I say go for it. But stop using my tax dollars for it. What the fuck does that have to do with me? I don't want to blow them up to hell. So why is my money being used? I don't want Israel blown to hell. I don't want Iran blown to hell. I'm not Israeli. I'm not Iranian. I'm not a Zionist, and I'm not a whatever form of Islam is running the running the elites or whatever in Iran. I'm not one of them either. Where do I come into the picture? Where's my word getting represented? Where's my theory? When are you going to do what I think is right? Instead of just keep fucking taking my goddamn money and everybody's fucking money, getting nothing done. I'm just saying, it just doesn't make sense to me. Nothing personal. Just make it make sense. But you don't have to make it sense to me if you just use your own fucking money and stop using American people's money. It doesn't have to make sense to American people. Iran and Israel have every right to kill each other into extinction. What does that have to do with the United States of America? We got problems in the United States of America. We have homelessness off the charts. We got poverty off the charts. Okay, we have something like 60 million people can't even get access, don't even have a healthcare provider. We got loads of others. If they get sick one time, they're gonna have to sell their home. We got loads of goddamn problems. We can't solve everybody's beef. Once you blow each other up and kill each other, we can come later and help rebuild. But we don't need to be a part of the blowing up. You know what I'm saying? Of any of them. It's not my beef. If Iran wants to fight Israel to the end of time, they have every fucking right to. If Israel wants to blow up Iran to the end of time, go for it, man. Go for it. Hate each other all you want. I'm not Israeli and I'm not Iranian. It's not my goddamn business. I want both of them to do something different that they are not fucking listening to. It's just that simple. Don't hate you. I just recognize when you don't need a motherfucker like me to solve your problems. I just recognize when you don't listen to a person like me to help solve your problems. I recognize that. It's not an issue. Go kill each other. But leave me out of it. That's all I'm saying. Leave me the fuck out of it. Okay? Any case, here's a problem right here. Let's listen to how we're still stuck in this problem again. Let's see here.
Our Middle East analyst in Jerusalem. And today we're talking about tensions in the US-Israel alliance as Washington tries to preserve its ceasefire with Iran. Because Sebastian, Donald Trump, well, he appears to be growing frustrated with Benjamin Netanyahu over Israel's continuing conflicts in the Middle East. So relations seem very tense at the moment between the two leaders.
Yeah, I mean, they've been tense for quite some time now. There have been times previous to this conflict. I mean, if you go back to last year, the 12-day war that Israel carried out about Iran, there was a moment when essentially President Trump used four-letter words about not just Iran, but about Israel, saying, essentially to knock their heads together. We then saw a phone call that happened a week ago now, which is after the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that he was giving the green light for the Israeli military to hit the southern suburbs of Beirut. Now, under a ceasefire that was in place in Lebanon, that was off limits, just as for Hezbollah it was off limits to fire to northern Israel. So that threatened a big escalation in that war. And in threatening that escalation, it also put in jeopardy whatever process has been underway to try and get a deal between the US and Iran to end the conflict. So President Trump wasn't happy about that. So he had this call, we've heard from various sources, that he used some very, very strong language. Despite that, though, on Saturday, Israel did strike the southern suburbs of Beirut, and that then meant that Iran, which had threatened to retaliate, did. So we were in a new, and I think the most dangerous flare-up there's been since the ceasefire between the US, Israel and Iran started back in April. So, I mean, this is really a case of very divergent issues and interests between the two leaders at the moment.
And Sebastian, to what degree can Israel's actions jeopardize any form of a ceasefire and I think crucially a longer-term deal?
I think it's something that it's another card that Iran is playing. It's said from early on that the two conflicts, Israel's conflict with Hezbollah in Lebanon and the bigger conflict between Israel, the US and Iran, should not be separated. It's only though, I think in the last week or so, that Iran has really made that an absolute key red line, that it's inextricably linked. So that is why whatever Israel does now in Lebanon has a potential effect on the wider conflict and the efforts, again, such as they are, to resolve that. I mean, we had right at the start of the ceasefire, if people remember, of this ceasefire between the US, Israel and Iran, we had Israel within a few hours of that launching a massive series of strikes across Lebanon, very deadly strikes. And that immediately drew a reaction from Iran, saying that this is putting the ceasefire, which had only just started, in jeopardy. And again, the US, President Trump, Washington stepped in to tell the Israeli government, to tell in person Mr. Netanyahu, this has to stop, to curb the intensity of its attacks, which did happen. But we've seen in the weeks that have gone by that Israel has almost day by day intensified its military operation in Lebanon, particularly on the ground, its ground operations. It's now moved its troops deeper into Lebanese territory than has happened for more than 20 years. So, as I say, divergent interests. President Trump, it seems from everything that he says now, is desperate, really, to find some way of reaching a deal with Iran, to get out of this war with his head held high, being able to declare some kind of victory, that something has been achieved with the aims that he set out. While Israel and the current government and the Prime Minister, Mr. Netanyahu, still want to pursue what they feel is a vital offensive against Hezbollah in Lebanon, to try and eliminate Hezbollah. And just briefly, there is a domestic impetus now as well for the Israeli Prime Minister. Elections are going to take place within the next 2 or 3 months. And he's in a kind of vice. On one side, as I've been saying, and you've been saying, you've got President Trump telling him, calm down, curb this. This is going to topple the whole thing. You can't go at it in Lebanon against Hezbollah the way that you've been doing. It endangers, the whole process that's underway. Inside Israel, as you can imagine, Mr. Netanyahu's political opponents are using this against him to say, you promised the Israeli people this time, there have been many times before against Hezbollah, but this time they would be eliminated, their threat would be eliminated. This time, Iran, its threat would be eliminated, it would be done, and it hasn't happened. So how can you have a ceasefire now? How can you have a ceasefire in Iran? How can you have a ceasefire in Lebanon? You haven't finished the job. So he's getting this pressure from both sides, domestically, keep going, and from the US, which is really the only voice that matters internationally at the moment, to the Israeli government, stop.
What sort of leverage does Donald Trump have, therefore, to try and force Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel into a ceasefire? Would he be willing to ever withhold arms or intelligence, for example?
That's a big step. Potentially, when that step has looked like it might be taken, not just by President Trump, but by previous US presidents, it normally hasn't been, or it was for a very short period of time, that some arms supplies were stopped. President Biden did that briefly. President Trump has from time to time threatened that, but there's no real sense that that would happen. But I mean,
well, here's the thing. It's not a mystery to me. There's been success with Iran in the past. There's been success around there. But the thing about it is that if you as a leader do not have the understanding and the words, it's not about your bombs. It's about, if you want to have an agreement, it has to be based on mutual respect. And you have to display mutual respect. And one of the ways diplomats do that is with words. That's the beginning of it. If you don't have any kind words of mutual respect, then forget it. So my thoughts about it is this. If Iran doesn't have mutual kind words for Israel, and Israel, the leaders of Israel, don't have mutually kind words for Iran and the Iranian people, then you don't have it. You will never have an end. Very simple. Very simple. It's very simple. It's happened all the time. That's how people end conflicts and make progress together, by having some basic respect, just basic respect, human respect. Look, there's a lot of great things to be said about different cultures around the world and different societies around the world. Even if you don't agree with everything about them, there's still some wonderful things. Everybody makes contributions to civilization, That's why it's called the human race. You see what I mean? You didn't just make everything all by yourself. No, you got it. You inherited it from someone else who passed it to you. You reshaped it so it worked best for you. And then you gave it along to someone else and they reshaped it so it works best for them. And then they gave it to someone else who did the same thing. So if you don't understand that, you're not going to ever end any kind of conflict. You end conflicts that way. It doesn't matter if you're talking about a gang with people in, gangs. You have to start off with words of mutual respect. Words of respect. It can't. Things are only all bad when you're dealing with sociopaths and fucking lunatics. When they can't find words of anything they respect about their adversary, that tells you a lot about them. That tells you a lot about them. I'm just saying, that's my view of it. People ain't got all day for this childish behavior and shit and sitting around, waiting for two spoiled brats to get a fucking along. And excuse me, I know there's a lot of complexities in there and somebody's going to get into who started it first. Yeah. You have that conversation if you want. But where I'm sitting is, generation later, people have had all kinds of excuses. I don't give a fuck about any excuse. What the fuck? You either going to understand the necessity and the survival in the future of your people and find some way to solve this, or you're not. And if you don't want it, why are you involving my money? Why? That's how I see it. I shouldn't have to force you to do anything. It's very obvious only crazy people want to live in a society where motherfucking bombs are dropping on their ass every day. That goes for Israel and Iran. You both fucking crazy. You think that's normal? You think that's the part of the world I want to fucking live in? You out of your goddamn mind. No. Very simple. So I'm sorry. Culturally, we're not the same. I want to live around people that want to cooperate and find resolution to issues. Okay? Instead of always fucking warring with each other for decades and decades and fucking decades and always pointing the finger at somebody else. No.
It's really this essential partnership that Israel has from its perspective with the US that could be broken. And the way that within the US, Israel's been seen as a special case but needs this sort of support, this kind of backing, that could also be broken. I mean, that in some ways is what Israel is most concerned about. That if that broke, if that relationship broke, then it would, as things stand at the moment, it could be in quite a lonely place. So I think that's what any prime minister in Israel at the moment, Mr. Netanyahu in particular, would be concerned about. And that's where President Trump has the clout that he has. I don't think he is threatening to Mr. Netanyahu, we're going to take this, we're going to take that. It's more, you are going to be treated like just any other country. And I think with Iran, President Trump doesn't have any particular clout except the military threat that is there. That, of course, if President Trump did want to unleash a major military offensive against Iran, he could. And of course, although Iran has withstood it, the leadership has withstood it, each time that would happen, it would break it down more and more. So, the Iranian leadership doesn't want to bring that on to any greater extent, if possible. So it's in their interests to have this brinkmanship, to have, these exchanges. And remember, there have been flare-ups between the US and Iran as well, but without going further than that.
Well, Donald Trump, he's been quite strong, hasn't he, in saying that he calls the shots and Mr. Netanyahu will have to accept whatever deal he makes with Iran. But that is also crucial domestically for President Trump, with midterms on the horizons as well. So there is a lot to unpick there.
Yes, I don't think he's caught in quite as vicious a vice that the Israeli Prime Minister is now. A major difference between the two, although at certain times President Trump has made out that he has essentially been after Iran for many years, like Mr. Netanyahu, but he hasn't made it the absolute core of what his message is, not just within Israel, but to the world, as the Israeli Prime Minister has. So he can, in a sense, maybe finesse his way out of this by, being able to present some kind of gain from this to the American people and extricate the US from what does increasingly seem, politically, a quagmire for him. I do think that Mr. Netanyahu, having looked at certain points as if he was the one calling the shots, he was the one who was gaining from this most, I think that position has somewhat changed now. But using that phrase, calling the shots, the fact that President Trump was saying that just a few hours ago, but yet Israel went ahead and carried out these strikes in Iran, that also, can make President Trump look weak. I think when Iran carried out those strikes, there was no way that
you undermine the credibility of the White House, a superpower, the only superpower willing to help you. And you undermine it because it's very simple. If the president of the United States, a superpower, says they want to get something done, and you show everyone that they can't get it done that easy, you've just undermined them. Why would Trump even be involved? Why even be involved in it? Because someone's going to undermine it. Very simple. It's a total setup. And I'm not saying Trump doesn't deserve this, because Trump does deserve it, because Trump is a fucking jackass. Everybody told him this is what was going to happen anyway. And Trump, like the jackass he is, said, fuck you, I'm going to do it anyway. And now here we are. You see what I mean? So it's Trump deserves every bit of it. He ignored everything that anybody else that was an American citizen that has any experience in this that advised him not to do. He ignored it all and did what Trump wanted to do, which was different from another American named Barack Obama, who listened to another group of Americans and got a weapons deal closed, a nuclear deal done with Iran. Very simple. Don't forget, this shit started because they said this nuclear deal is no good. That's what Trump did. He ripped it up when he became president. Psh, no more nuclear deal. And then Iran didn't have to follow the rules. It's that simple. And then they complain about Iran not following the rules of a deal that you voluntarily ripped up. What the fuck is this? It's just stupidity. Listen, y'all. People need drinking water. People need food, shelter. People need all kinds of shit. And that is not at all what is on Trump's mind. Global warming, climate change, flooding, hurricane, none of that. He's not even worried about that. He even came out and said it. He said he doesn't care how much your gas prices go up. He doesn't care how it raises the prices of everything. He literally said that. So not only was it a dumb idea, but it was a dumb idea, and he don't even give a fuck about Americans. I mean, what the hell? He doesn't give a fuck about nobody. It affects so many people around the world. And Trump said, no, I'm such a narcissist. I just have to do it. Because when so many people tell a narcissist, look, don't do it, man, don't do it. A narcissist feels like, I got them right where I wanted them. They're paying attention to me now. I'm going to do it anyway. That's exactly what happened. They should have just said, all right, motherfucker, do it, man. I don't care. Go ahead. Blow their ass up, Trump. Who cares, man? I don't care if that gas prices get high. And then he might have been like, what? They don't care? Maybe I shouldn't do it then if they don't care. That's exactly how a narcissist thinks, man. But sadly enough, people were so fucking scared. It's such a serious thing. You have to respond seriously to it, and Trump ain't listening to him anyway.
Israel was not going to carry out some form of retaliation. The key, obviously, was it going to be a calibrated response to ensure that it didn't lead to days, maybe weeks, even another month of conflict. And clearly what President Trump, what Washington was trying to persuade him, and it seems maybe successfully, to fire back. Iran has fired back today. It looks like Israel, fired back again, but that exchange could be over. We really don't know at the moment, but it does seem that this particular episode could perhaps be over. But the issues that are around this, the conflict in Lebanon, doesn't look like it's going to ease off in any way. And as long as that is in the situation that it now stands,
sounds exciting.
This could happen again.
More war. Woo!
As I say, the way that Iran has now bound that situation, that conflict in Lebanon, to the wider conflict means that...
Listen, I'm just telling you, there's a lot of people that they said they are not going to enter this conflict. Everyone else in NATO said we are not entering this conflict. What Trump and Netanyahu did was irresponsible. Now, if you don't give a fuck about anybody else in NATO, go right ahead, no problem. You just do what you want to do all by yourself. But if you do, you probably shouldn't have done that. But I'm not going to look at me. You ain't going to listen to me anyway. I'm aware of that. You think I'm waiting for Israel to listen to me or Trump? But here's the thing. I don't live in Israel. And I don't live in the United States. You see what I'm saying? So, I live in a country that gets their own gas from somewhere else. It's called the Baltic Sea. You see what I'm saying? But you could at least listen to them, even though they're not going to suffer as much as your own people. You could at least listen to them, but you're too fucking arrogant to. You're too fucking arrogant to listen to people that have had your back. See, that's what this is about. NATO has had Israel's back. NATO has had the U.S.'s back for a long time. And these two arrogant motherfuckers didn't want to listen to the people that have had their back. The people that are suffering less than they're suffering. Ain't that a bitch? Yeah. Some people just want to be stupid. Some people just want to be stupid. And you got to let them be stupid. Let them be stupid, fuck it. Just,
one of the things,
just don't be stupid yourself. That's all I say, just don't drag the rest of us into this bullshit.
that really stands out to me, historically speaking, with our relationship with Israel, is that a lot of Americans were not informed about all the various times Israel actually worked against us. You keep hearing that Israel's a special ally, but whether you're talking about USS Liberty, whether you're talking about, look, I know that Jake Tapper attacked you for what you said about us arming terrorists in Syria at the behest of the Israelis, but that is what happened. We literally armed Al-Qaeda and ISIS terrorists in Syria. And ISIS has actually had a bit of a relationship with Israel. There were ISIS fighters who were receiving treatment after getting wounded in Syria, they were getting treatment in Israel. In fact, Israeli media was reporting about that at the time. And so that works against us. Al-Qaeda attacked us on 9/11. So how does it make sense to integrate a foreign country's military into our own, given the fact that they put their interests front and center, even if that means doing wrong by their own allies?
This is exactly the problem. We just have to realize that us and Israel, regardless of what we say or how comfortable we are with them, that we just have divergent agendas in many cases. Not to mention the fact that, as you pointed out, the Israelis have and will work against us. And this shouldn't surprise us. Just Israel is a very small country. They are literally at war with the vast majority of their neighbors. If you just look at the history of their intelligence services, again, the Israelis are pretty upfront when they actually tell you who they are. The Israeli intelligence services basically say, we will stop at no ends. We will use any deceptions. We will use any means necessary to further our nation's goals. So to let these people have full access into our country is absolutely insane. And I would feel the same way basically about any country. But this is something that's much different. And again, even with our most, I'd say, close partnerships we have, like with the Five Eyes, with the Brits, et cetera, we don't do this. We already have rules on the books for how we share information, how we go and purchase new technology. A lot of the people who are in support of this new part of the NDAA are going to say, well, the Israelis do a great job with tech and research and development. And to a certain extent, there's some validity to that case. But look, there's no reason why we can't go over there and simply purchase or come up with an agreement on a case-by-case issue if there's a specific piece of technology that we want. We do that all the time, all over the world. There's no reason to let them into, our most secretive compartments where we're developing our own technology.
So talk to me a little bit about the give and take when it.
So somebody listen. I'm sorry, but again, I'm just going to tell you, you can't solve problems if you communicate in a way that creates problems. If you are the problem, you cannot solve problems. So, having said that, anti-Semitism is wrong. It's a very real thing. You shouldn't say things that contribute to it. Islamophobia is also wrong. You shouldn't say things that contribute to it. Anti-Christian, extremism. You shouldn't say phobia. You shouldn't say things that is inaccurate, and you should be accountable for what you say. Okay. Now, somebody in the chat just said something to the effect of Europe is becoming Muslim. No, Europe is not becoming Muslim. Okay, that's not an accurate statement at all. Period. Whatsoever. You need to reject that statement because there are no data that support it. You might be scared of a tiny little bit of Muslims. You might have phobia and be like, damn, 4%, I need to run for my life. You might feel that way, but the data doesn't support that. So just look at the data. You don't need to make up things and you don't need to exaggerate. My channel is not here to create phobia about fucking people. Go do that shit somewhere else. Go do it somewhere else. You see what I'm saying? I have my own personal beliefs. I'm not a Muslim or a Jew, by the way. But I have my own personal beliefs, but I don't like people that try to go at any of these groups that way. Even Chris, just leave people fucking alone with their religion. Just leave it alone. It's none of your fucking business. It's none of your fucking business. It's none of your business what somebody else's religion is. But if you want to be accurate about the population, then go and be accurate about it. Don't exaggerate. Don't do that. That's not helping. You're just being part of the problem too. Okay. Now there are a couple of countries that have a significant Muslim population. If that's what you want to talk about, you could do that. If you want to talk about that, you could do that. But look, I'm an adult. I already look at the data. So I don't need to have that boring ass fucking conversation. The data doesn't support it. It's a waste of fucking time. It's a waste of fucking time. This is Ireland, member of the EU, 1.4% Muslim. Is that too many for you? You scared? Croatia, 1.6. Are you scared for your life? You running for the hills yet? Spain, 2.6. Finland, 2.7. Yeah. Where's the crisis coming from? And on top of it, why do you care? Why do you care? No one makes you... Man, oh my God. Be who you are. How insecure are you about who you are that you care about 3.2 fucking percent? They're gonna... What is it? You mean you think you might become Muslim? Is that what you're thinking? Because I'm not. Why are you scared? I'm not about to become Jewish. Why would I be scared of them? I have my own beliefs. My beliefs are just as good. Why do I need to change a religion when mine are just as good? I don't understand it, but I don't talk about it. To me, it's just ridiculous. 4.8% Italy. Run for the hills, y'all. Run. They're taking over. Ah! Denmark, 5.4%. I mean, where is it? Look, there's only one where you can make this argument for. Look at this. I mean, there's maybe 3 or 4 European countries you could say that there's significant Muslim population. You see what I mean? Significant. African Americans are only 14%. What are we? What percentage are we of the United States? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I don't get it, man. I don't get it. What's the Muslim population in the United States? We got people I mean, you know, come on. You have France, and what is it? What does it say here? Maybe you have France, where there's a higher population. It's not higher than Christian, and it's nowhere near higher than Christians. There's nowhere in Europe where anybody is higher than Christians. It's just, come on, what is this? I'm not running for the hills because there's a bunch of Christians around me celebrating fucking Christmas. Talk about Jesus. I could go and sit down with them, have a cup of tea. I go into church sometimes. My kids went to a Christian school. That doesn't mean they have to be Christian. They go to the school because it's a nice school. What the hell, man? Yo, there you go. I appreciate you, madam. Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, don't stop using fables to divert away from a necessary conversation. That's all I'm saying. Like, come on, man. You can't do that. Just try to be sensible. Right now, something real is happening, and that is for real. For real, our money, American taxpayer dollars, billions and billions and billions of dollars are going down the hole into this conflict with Israel and Iran. That's a real thing. That's not fabricated. That's not make believe. Wow, we have loads of homeless, loads of people don't even have access to health care. Loads of parents can't get child care. That's a real goddamn problem. A real problem. Way bigger of a problem than 4% Muslim population. It is. I'm just saying. So, you know,
would come to integrating their military with our own, because there's quite a bit that they would benefit from, certainly. And they would have, by the way, they would have the ability to spy on Americans even more than they already do. I don't understand how that would benefit us in any way, shape, or form. But aside from that, that's
an issue. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if there's Muslims, if there's some Muslims. There's some Muslims in Copenhagen I see all the time. Are they spying on the Danish government for somebody? That would be a problem. That should be a problem for anybody. Anyone spying on the Danish government, that should be a problem. No matter what religion they are, no matter where they come from in the world, no matter what color they are, no matter anything else, what gender they are, sexual orientation, that should be a problem. It should be a bigger problem than just somebody's religion.
They contribute really to our military that we can't either develop on our own or we already have.
There's nothing. And I think anyone who's going to come and say, well, the Israelis can do this one thing, much better than we can. I just think that's absurd. I've heard that for years. There was an obsession for a very long time within, special operations and other parts of the military that the Israelis were out there plying their trade every single day. That was something of a myth during the peacetime years when I came in the military, that the Israelis were in the fight every day. And so, anything that came out of Israel was going to be the greatest tactic, the greatest piece of technology. We've been fighting, unfortunately. We've been fighting in the Middle East now for well over 20 years. So we have plenty of experience. America is where Silicon Valley is. I mean, we are the foundation of a lot of this tech. And so I don't think we should forget that. We should remember who we are. And if there is a development, there's a piece of technology that we need, we can develop it on our own. We have the brain power here to do that. There's no reason why we need to go to the Israelis and say, well, you guys can just come on in. I just think that whole argument is preposterous. We should really just be clear-eyed and just see this as yet another entry point that the Israeli intelligence services have found to get themselves deeply embedded with America. Because again, that's in their vital national security interest for the Israelis. If they lose the support of the American government, then they're in a very, very bad way. They know they're probably going to lose the $3.8 billion. They understand that. And so they're actually getting ahead of us by trying to build it into the NDAA now. And that's why we need a lot of public pressure to our representatives to stop this, to get this section cut out of the NDAA.
Yeah. All right. So let me see here. Now, there's some other data here. Let me go back to the previous data. Yeah, because we got someone came in the chat and just, likes to throw these things in there. Again, Islamophobia sucks. Anti-Semitism sucks. All of these kind of things suck, and I don't want it here on my page. You know what I mean? I'm really losing. I will lose respect for you if I see you incorporate those things. And it's not only those things. There's other forms of bigotry. It's like, I'm out of it, yo. I'm out of it. Why am I out of it? Because I know it's a sign of weakness and stupidity. And I don't like to be around weak and stupid people. They attract trouble. Like, straight up. So here, let me see here. Now, this is what's going on. All right. As a matter of fact, let me put this back in here. Let me put this back. Where is it at here? Is it this? Congress is currently moving a bill. Yeah, so let me pull this up on the screen. This is what I wanted to discuss. Congress, and everybody in the chat, stop talking about all this other shit. Focus on this for the moment. Congress is currently moving a bill that mandates deep. And I hope you can see this. Matter of fact, should I, maybe what I should do is blow it up a little bit. That's a little better, right? Okay, here we go. Right, here we go. Congress is currently moving a bill that mandates deep technological and industrial integration between the U.S. and Israel, right? The Israeli military, right? It's important to be precise about what this means. Okay, let's not generalize. You see, that doesn't work. That's a sign of weakness. Generalizing. Yeah, very simple. It's important to be precise about what this means. Congress is not trying to merge the actual troops, uniforms, or top military commanders into a single force. However, they are trying to legally fuse the two nations' weapons development, intelligence sharing, technology, and defense supply chains. Americans need to know about this. Why? What's the purpose? What's the point? What's the necessity? Who's in charge here? We've never done that with anyone else before. That's never been able to. NATO has existed how long? That's never had to happen like that. What is this? There's a way these kind of things happen. And for the U.S. to go on this alone is the dumbest thing. Under Trump is the single most stupidest thing you could fucking do. Stupid. Especially with the Epstein files still covered up. Come on. Especially that. It is very simple. People are saying and suspect that Epstein was running a PSYOP, a program, an Israeli and Russian program on the United States, a Russian and Israeli intelligence operation, sharing information with Russian intelligence and Israeli intelligence. Very fucking simple. And the American people haven't even gotten to the bottom of that. And this is what the Congress wants to do. How stupid could you be? And who do you think the American people are? Your fucking pawns that just do anything? You never go and discuss anything like this with the American. Someone said there should be a vote on this, right? There should be a vote, not just in Congress. You should ask the American people, do they want this? This should be posed to the American people. Who said that in the chat? As a matter of fact, somebody earlier said that in the chat, that there needs to be let me go find a comment. Let me see here. There needs to be a referendum on this. It should be a referendum. I forget who said it, but they were absolutely right. This should be a referendum. This shouldn't be a vote in the Congress. Voting on this in the Congress is just like stabbing the American people in the back. Seriously. Everybody who votes on anything like this needs to be voted out of office like immediately. This is not something you handle. You're never supposed to be doing something this big just like that. No. That's supposed to come with a referendum. Just like joining the EU, there was a referendum put to the people. That's what democracies do. When they're doing this kind of shit, you bring a referendum to the people, just like an election for the presidency or and you see what the people say. And if the people want to merge the two militaries, let there be a vote. That's what you're supposed to do in a democratic nation, in a real democratic nation. Keep in mind, Denmark, the EU wasn't founded without referendum on it. There were several referendum votes that were put out to the people of each country. And if the people said no, the brakes were put on. They might have had to vote on this shit a couple of times and in a couple of different aspects of it too. For example, Denmark's a member of the EU, but Denmark doesn't use the EU currency. See, you see what I'm saying? But why don't they? Because a referendum was given to the people and the people said no. That's why. And the Danish krone is very, very strong. It's a very strong currency. You see what I'm saying? So, it's about autonomy. Right. So and other shit. But in any case, here, standalone bill. This is a bill right now Congress is putting together. Introduced by a bipartisan group of lawmakers and heavily backed by a pro-Israel lobby group, AIPAC. The bill is officially called the United States Israel Futures Act Framework for Upgraded Technologies, Unified Research, and Enhanced Security Act. It's your American people's tax dollars. Mainly. American people, you guys have money for everybody. You got no money for your fucking selves. And you're so divided, and you're so stupid you don't even care about yourselves. This is just ridiculous right here, man. This is ridiculous. 2, the must pass bill, section 224 of the NDAA. Because a standalone bill can take a long time to pass, lawmakers successfully embedded the core text of the Futures Act directly into Section 224 of the National Defense Authorization Act, NDAA. The NDAA is the massive must-pass annual budget that funds the entire U.S. military. Wow. So they didn't want to vote on that alone at all. They want to force it down your throat. No funding for the U.S. military unless you do this. That is crazy. And they're going to put pressure and be out there in the media talking about, we don't have time for this. The U.S. military is at war. We're going to be in trouble if we don't do this, this, and this. I mean, this is what's going on in the U.S. right now. Epstein files still not released. What does the integration mean in this bill? Critics and defenders of the bill use different words to describe it, but the text of Section 224 specifically directs the U.S. Secretary of Defense to establish, who is that? Is that Kegbreath? To establish the United States-Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative to expand accelerated and synchronized bilateral military systems. It mandates integration in several unprecedented ways. Unprecedented means it has never been before. data fusion, and network I mean, if this doesn't sound like an Israeli psyops, I don't understand what the fuck people think a psyop would be. Why are they getting our information? Why are we sharing information like that? Why can't we cherry pick the information we give other people? Integration, both militaries to link their digital information networks and combine data systems so that technology can seamlessly talk each other in real time. The executive agent, the Pentagon would have appoint a specific high-ranking official whose sole job is to spearhead the integration. Under the rules, the official would have unique authorities to fast-track Israeli access to U.S. research. Yo, American taxpayers paid for this research. Somebody else is getting it. Someone else is going to fast-track it. What's going on here? I mean, yeah, what's going on? What's going on? Supply chain interlocking. It establishes pathways to wave Israeli-made components directly into American programs of record, the standard weapons system of the U.S. military buys. Sharing top-tier tech enforces joint research into highly classified cutting-edge warfare. Man, they're going to fucking leak. They're going to sell this information to Russia, yo, and China the first moment they get, to guarantee that they control the United States of America. Why would you do this? Why would you give any nation this kind of power over you? This is ridiculous. Why is Congress doing this right now? The political strategy behind the bill is tied to shifting public opinion, as public and political pressure has mounted over U.S. military aid to Israel. Backers of the bill want to shift the relationship. Yeah, so now they just want to become one before it's too late, huh? Look at this shit. Any congressional member voting for this, a senator, you should call them a traitor. It shouldn't matter what party they're with. Straight up. Something like this is supposed to be done with a referendum before the people. Just like voting for the president, it's the people are supposed to vote on things like this. This has everything to do with your autonomy. Instead, Israel autonomy, meaning like Denmark joined the EU, right? That kind of thing. How are you going to do it? The people have to vote on all aspects of this shit. Instead of Israel relying on a highly visible, controversial annual vote for billions of dollars in cash aid, this bill permanently embeds Israeli tech inside the Pentagon's private corporate ecosystem. Once U.S. defense contractors and Israel tech companies are deeply co-producing weapons together, it becomes almost impossible for a future U.S. president or Congress to cut off ties or condition support without disrupting the U.S. military's own supply chains. I hope many people see this episode because I haven't seen legacy media talking about this much at all. And this is a bill before Congress. The backlash in Washington. The language of the bill is so intense that it has triggered a rare, fierce alliance between progressive Democrats and interventionist Republicans in Congress. Representatives Ro Khanna, and a Democrat, California, and Thomas Massey, Republican, Kentucky, led a bipartisan push to introduce amendments to completely strip Section 224 from the defense bill. Everybody got to get online with this and talk about this. Opponents like Massey have forcefully stated, we are a sovereign country. Again, autonomy. Arguing that handing over sovereign U.S. military data and cutting-edge AI to a foreign nation severely compromises Americans' national security. And it does. And it does. Let me see. Who the hell is coming up here? Where y'all at, Fries? Let me open the server now. Anybody want to hop up? Feel free. I'm going to turn the server on now. And then I guess I got Friars and Mike from Brooklyn here. So they'll be up in a second. Matter of fact, let me just send them a direct invite. Everybody else can, you can use the link. You can use the link in the top of the chat. Let me put the link to the panel here too. panel. Boom. Yeah, this is some ridiculous shit if you ask me. Here we go. So anybody that wants to come up, join the panel, let people hear your voice. I'm tired of these bitch motherfuckers trying to hide their voice, hide their faces. Come on, man. You know, don't get me wrong. You don't have to tell your real name, but goddamn, can I hear your voice? What's up with these people, man, on the internet these days, man? Acting like you some secret spy or some shit. You got some reason why you special. Somebody's coming out to hurt you. Ain't nobody coming out to hurt you. You ain't special. Nobody's watching your ass. You don't matter, okay? You ain't saying shit. So hop your ass up here. Stop being worried. It's your First Amendment right. Anyway, let me see here. Yeah, this is some funny shit. I know. Listen, I know Eric doesn't give a fuck. you guys haven't heard Eric, man. Eric does not give a fuck, yo. Sometimes, and Eric's Jewish, man. He don't give a goddamn. He's gonna come up here and say his shit. Yo, that's what I'm trying to say. You guys, man, just come on and like stop being afraid to exercise your damn rights before you lose them. Yo, straight up, before you lose them. Come on now. Shit, you can lose them. You can lose them. You can lose them. Let me see. Where are these guys at? Are they sleeping? Okay, well, maybe I came too early because, damn, where they at? Michael, I know you out here. All right, well, let me know what you think about this. I tell you like this. If this should happen, should project the bill 224 of the NDAA, should that be allowed to go forward? If you believe it's a good thing for the United States of America, put a 1 in the chat. If you believe the answer is fuck no, are you out of your goddamn mind? Put a 2 in the chat. I am for fuck no. Are you out of your mind? Are you out of your goddamn mind? Like, what is going on here? That shit is, this is, it fucks over your sovereignty. Who does this? Who is this? Yo, this is treasonous. This is treason. The next thing I'm going to do right now is find out who the hell wants people voting on this. Who in Congress or the Senate supports this bill? Like, fuck that. Like, these are your sellouts right here. They got to go, yo. Who is supporting the legislation? Primarily driven by senior members of defense-focused committees in both House and Senate. Look at this. Okay? I don't even know who it is, but these people have to go. Look, Chairman Mike Rogers, he got to go. Mike Rogers from Alabama, he's got to go. Ranking member Adam Smith, he's got to go. They got to go. Like, get rid of them. These people are compromised. Senate sponsors, Ted Budd, Republican, North Carolina, got to go. Kirsten Gillibrand, got to go. Got to go. You're fucking with American citizens' sovereignty now? Is that what you want to do? It's bad enough having spies all up in the Trump administration. Now you just want to give away, and we're talking about Russian spies, and now we want to give away our sovereignty to Israel? Yeah. Who else? What PACs are supporting it? Well, we know AIPAC is. Right, which has been lobbying for it on Capitol Hill and the Pentagon. FDD Action Lobby, Armed Foundation for Defense of Democracies. That's not a defense. That's not defending a democracy. To defend a democracy, you have to defend its sovereignty. Like, what are they talking about? What is a democracy if you're sovereignty? If you're not even a sovereign nation, like, what the hell is that, yo? They're trying to embed this in the next. They're trying to embed the NDAA by placing the Futures Act language into the annual NDAA, right? The must-pass budget. So that's what they want to do. They're trying to put the Futures Act thing, 244, I guess it's called, right? 244 is here. You see, they're trying to put that into the, which is the Futures Act. They're trying to put that into the NDAA must pass budget. So to force people to accept that, yeah, there's bipartisan divide though. So let me see here. List each member's name who is in support and who is against. Let's see that. Boom, boom, boom. Yo, you there, Mike? What's up? Michael from Brooklyn, you there? You see this shit, man? This is ridiculous, bro. This is crazy. Yeah, did you know about this?
I did actually. If you could look up what the Pentagon is saying about Israel spying on the U.S.,
okay,
that would even give us a better picture as to why what you're saying is correct, right? The more and more that we integrate, we're already being spied on by Israel. The more integration happens, it just makes it easier for them.
Yeah, it makes it easier. This is crazy, bro. This is just insane. This is control. This is like saying Israel can control our military by indirectly. It doesn't have to be directly. It's just by saying they can halt our progress just out of this agreement. Once we go into this agreement with them, they can slow us down. Look at this. The official public stance of the Pentagon is distinct from what is happening inside the intelligence agencies. The Pentagon is currently navigating a sharp divide between the internal intelligence assessment and the public diplomats. Messaging. The breakdown of what the Pentagon and broader administration is saying and doing regarding the situation. It includes the official public stance, no comment, and White House denials. So this is embarrassing for the White House, but people need to pay attention. The Pentagon's press office, when pressed by major news outlets, including NBC News and the New York Times, regarding specific allegations of Israeli espionage, the Pentagon officially declined to comment. The White House. The Trump administration has gone a step further, aggressively pushing back against the leaks. Right, so they don't want people knowing what the Pentagon is saying, right? The White House officially issued a blunt statement saying this entire story is false and sourced to someone who doesn't have any knowledge of what's going on. Oh, but Trump said that you won't have any new wars under him. He said he would fix the economy overnight. Okay. The internal Pentagon document the critical threat level. Despite the public denials, internal actions tell a completely different story. The Pentagon's Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, recently issued an internal directive that officially elevated Israel's counterintelligence threat designation to critical, the absolute highest level in its warning system. You gonna ignore that, American citizens? Okay. I see why the U.S. Congress is ignoring your taxes. They don't give a fuck about you when they come up with these tax programs. I see why, because if you don't care about this, why should anybody give a fuck about you? I mean, this is you're giving away your sovereignty. According to current U.S. officials who viewed the internal communications, the 7-page assessment, the DIA circulated a highly classified 7-page intelligence document complete with data charts detailing a noticeable spike in Israeli surveillance operations. Damn, this is really? Let me open that shit up real quick too. Is that opening? Oh man, I got to do it like this. I see. Boom.
This is exactly what I was referring to, right? Our own Pentagon is saying that this is a critical threat, right? This is a critical threat. This is not to be taken lightly. This is not someone being unhinged. This is not just some news media outlet with a bias. This isn't, direct, anti-Semitic or anti-Zionist views. This just has to do with plain old spying on our country from someone who is supposed to be one of our greatest allies.
Yeah, it's a betrayal. It's a betrayal. You know, it's a betrayal. And but it goes to show you that other countries' responsibility is not the same as their first job is not to give a fuck about you, American citizens, or the United States of America. Their first job is to think about their own survival first. Period. And whatever happens to anybody else, oh well, as long as it doesn't happen to them, who gives a fuck? That's how it works in reality. And so Americans have a clear opportunity to decide, are they just anybody's bitch? You know, or are you a sovereign nation? I mean, maybe you're not a sovereign nation. I don't know. The assessment, I mean, the last time I checked, we were supposed to be, but maybe that was just a fallacy. Maybe we are owned. The assessment content. The document states that Israel's capabilities and willingness to conduct both human espionage and technical data interception against American targets have reached a critical level. Why the DIA is sounding the alarms. Internal analysis note that Israeli is aggressively collecting information because Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government is deeply skeptical of President Trump's back-channel diplomatic peace talks with Iran. Israel is allegedly spying on the U.S. officials specifically to figure out what the Trump administration is planning behind closed doors. Well, Trump is a bitch. So, you know, this motherfucker, this is crazy, man. I mean, if this happened to any other president, first of all, nothing would have even gone this far with any other American president, you know. But Trump, not only has he behaved like Netanyahu's bitch, but he's running from this whole reality. No, it's not true. Somebody leaked that, man. The whole thing is lies. Damn. He's not even willing to put his foot down. He's like, it's just lies, y'all. Don't believe that. They not spying on me. Netanyahu's my friend. He would never do that to me. He's a loyal man. The practical defense measures on the ground. While the Pentagon refuses to talk about spying publicly, its operational behavior proves that they are treating the threat as highly factual. According to defense officials, the Pentagon has quietly tightened security protocols. Senior U.S. defense officials, such as Pentagon Police Chief Elbridge Colby, that's a nice name, and his deputy Michael Domino. I like Elbridge, man. I like that name. That's a cool name. All right. Okay. The Pentagon's police chief and his deputy now operate under the assumption that they are active targets. Oh, damn. Okay. Yo. When dealing with the Israeli counterparts or traveling to the region, officials are being instructed to use temporary burner electronics, utilizing secure data facility. Well, you know, Trump ain't gonna listen to nobody, and neither is Hexeth. Data facilities, and exercise extreme caution when discussing state secrets in a hotel. Well, Trump got a big mouth, and so does. All you got to do is give Hexeth some pussy and a bottle of vodka. He gonna tell you everything. And Trump, all you gotta do is give him a little boy and shit in a little room to go off and play. Anyway, let's see here. Yeah, man, they're going to give up the goods, bro. That's what I'm saying. It's better to believe they're going to give up the goods than to believe they never would. Okay? You'll be safe in just assuming they're giving up the goods. The Pentagon's stance is essentially a dual track policy response. Publicly, they're maintaining a wall of silence and allowing the White House to call the reports fake to preserve the U.S. to preserve Trump's image. Privately, the Pentagon's own intelligence arm. Yeah, so this is interesting, bro. This is interesting. Listen, nothing personal, but you know, if it comes down to me being somebody else's bitch and me actually coming out, you know, with integrity, I'm sorry, I'm going to choose coming out with my integrity every single day of the week. I don't know what Trump's going to do. It says here, Pentagon raises Israel's espionage threat level to critical amid tensions with the U.S. report. New York Times reported that the U.S. Special Envoy Witkoff, and the Pentagon's top policy officer, you know what? Goddamn Ukraine Man, these guys are so much tighter with their security and their operations, man. They make Witkoff look like a stupid fuck. Like, god damn, what's going on with this administration, man? They're weak people, bro. Weak, no brains. Yeah, okay, let's see here. The Pentagon has raised its estimates of Israeli espionage activity against the United States to the highest level in history, according to the Saturday report. Blah 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 blah. Okay, so we read this. This is here. This is what Trump and Netanyahu look like in public. Ha 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 ha. Netanyahu is like, Trump, you're a bitch. I know about you and those little boys. Okay, and Trump is just, pretending like it's TV and shit. He's like, yeah, man, yeah. I'm up here with you, BB. We're the same, right? And BB is like, fuck you, you piece of shit. All right. I mean, he despises Trump. What the fuck, man? He don't take Trump serious. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Who would? I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not disillusioned. I don't like BB, but I'm not disillusioned. I mean, why would he give a fuck about Trump, bro? He's going to play Trump. He never respected Trump from day one because Trump doesn't make anybody respect him. I mean, that's really what it is. Trump doesn't do that, man. So, yeah. But let me see. Apparently this story is real. More than real. It's not. I've tried to find it in legacy media. It's not there, bro. I haven't seen nothing in legacy media about this.
There you go. Legacy media has not covered this in depth, or at all, right? Like, this should be a main topic. This should be discussed, right? They don't want people speaking about it as a whole.
Yeah. That's pretty much what it is. I'm assuming that maybe okay, hold on. Okay, they didn't. It says legacy media outlets, NBC, Axios, Washington Post. Oh, but these are writing articles. But I don't think they're not. There's not video coverage. This is not a roundtable discussion. This is not, right. They're talking about their online articles, right? So
the only coverage that I saw on it was breaking points. They were pretty much the only ones to cover anything in regards to the Israel issue.
Right. Because most people watch TV, so and like to get the information through watching TV, not reading anymore. So you put that shit in a book, nobody's gonna see it. Write an article, less people will see it. Basically, less people will read it, right? And yeah, this is something terrible, bro. I really hope. Let me ask one more question. When is a vote coming on? Oh, they're trying to embed it on the agreement. I'm curious. I'm curious about that. People need to know what date it is. People need to contact their representatives. Look at this. June. What? Hold on. Phase 1. Full House floor vote mid to late June. Look, House Armed Services Committee officially approved 1.5 trillion defense bill and 4412 vote in June. Okay. Now that it is cleared, the committees, the entire bill, including Section 224, is headed to the full floor of the House Representatives. When the full House floor debate and vote are expected to take place in mid to late June. That's this month. Y'all. In the Senate, Phase 2 Senate final reconciliation in the fall. Yo, this story. I mean, we have so many big stories coming out, but this story, everybody's got to be talking about this. This is insane. Yeah, this is insane. So, House Armed Committee to officially approve 1.15 trillion defense bill. That was June 4th. And so now they want to throw, now that that's cleared, the entire bill, they want to throw this 224 inside of it. They want to integrate Israeli defense into the U.S. and vice versa. Yeah. Into the U.S. Defense system. Yeah, it's embarrassing, y'all. I'm sad about this, but I don't know what I'm sad about a lot of shit, but you can't just continue to be sad. At some point you just got to say fuck it. And I'm serious. Like, if the United States keeps going in the direction that it's going in, I have to tell you, I just don't think I want to have a whole lot to do with it. I'm sorry to say that, but it's not because it's because, see, it's really hard to have faith when you are the bitch in the relationship. It's hard to have faith when you're just treated like a bitch. Who wants to be associated with that, bro? Who wants to be that? Nobody got pride in being a bitch. You know what I'm saying? And right now, things are so fucked up. Our congressional members, they don't care about the American people. We care. We are giving away everything to Russia and Israel. Like, we are giving them anything they want. And Russia wants us to give China everything. They want us to give, both of these groups, it's like we can't get a break with our congressional members. We can't, the people of the United States cannot get a fucking break. You just can't get a fucking break, man. And then they have the nerve to try to throw this down people's throats. Let me see. Madam says, I like Roe. Is in on all the big inside stuff. Yeah, he's in on all the big stuff. That's sure. He has the real concern and care for the United States. Right now, Roe is all over it. Rokon is all over it. So big up to Rokon. And others. Massey is also there. I wish that he cared about universal health care, Massey. I don't know why he doesn't. It's common sense. It is common sense. You can still be a right-wing conservative and be for universal health care. You can still do that, man. You know what I mean? You can also, not saying Messi is, but you can also still be a bigot and still be for universal health care. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, y'all. Like, yeah. Yeah, Rafika says, I can't stand bitch ass people. Yeah, and I can't stand a bitch ass nation. I mean, how do you go from superpower to bitch ass nation? Like, come on. Everything is backwards right now. There's nothing to be proud of. Nothing to be proud of. Like, I hate to say that, but there is nothing to be proud of. And the people, whatever there was to be proud of, the people of the United States ain't standing up for it. They're just letting the shit go down the tubes. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, and that tells me a lot about our people. The fact that we would just let things go down the tubes like that. We don't put up. And I'm not dissing everybody. I'm saying I know that a lot of people are fighting, but it's way too sad enough. Way too many people with no goddamn pride for their country, no scruples. Their pride is confused with carrying a flag and nothing else. It's empty pride. You know what I mean? Not pride in the nuts and the bolts of how a nation works and what a healthy nation is. It's the wrong kind of pride. It's arrogance more so. You know what I mean? We've heard it. We've reviewed it so much. People that don't even know what the founding fathers write, but always talking about the founding fathers. The founding fathers said this. You know what I'm saying? Don't know anything. Didn't read none of the shit themselves. Just reciting a bunch of bullshit all the time. Yo, did you know? What's the guy's name? Was one of who's the dude who wrote the Declaration of Independence? You know who that is, Michael? Who? Let me see something.
I mean, we have a few founding fathers. Ben Franklin, George Washington.
Who wrote the Declaration of Independence? Yeah, but there's some particular part here. Let me see here. Who wrote it? Not who signed it. Thomas Jefferson. Right. Now, check this out. Did you know that he admonished slavery in the Declaration of Independence? Did you know that? The original copy, and the Confederate people made him toss it out because they wouldn't sign it. Isn't that crazy? They wouldn't sign it.
They've already they've openly discussed this, that the document was supposed to be initially abolishing slavery, but because of obviously conservative values, they decided to negate it. Right. But they still said that eventually they know that they wanted the document to be living, breathing, and progressive enough to eventually abolish it.
Right. Yeah. But a lot of these people don't know when they talk about the founding fathers and when they make these comments, the founding fathers didn't intend to. No, actually, Thomas Jefferson intended for slavery to be abolished, even if he had slaves. You know what I'm saying? And he admonished it. It's not just that he wanted it abolished. He admonished it, which is very interesting. And a lot of people don't know that. So, when we listen to these right wingers talk about the founding fathers, don't take their word for it at all. A lot of these people don't read any of that shit at all. They have no clue whatsoever. So when we don't take interest in it, it's just like we're giving everything to them for nothing. It's like it doesn't belong to them. The country belongs to every American citizen is equal in that, And if we let people trick us into thinking that somehow we're undeserving, we're less than deserving, it's less our country's, the founding fathers intended it to be somebody else's country, you would be the biggest fool on earth. And just like this thing with 224 trying to connect the Israeli military with the U.S. military, and you read it, it will almost become impossible to break apart for any Congress or any administration to stop in the future without tremendously hindering the U.S.'s own ability to defend itself. So,
if I'm not mistaken, it passed the House. That bill passed the House.
No. I think what it said here is, let me go back. This is what it said. It said, here you go. Now, it said that because the language has been folded directly into 2027 Defense Authorization Act, the voting timeline allows a strict schedule of broader U.S. Okay, so 2 distinction voting phases. Phase 1, the full House floor, mid to late June. Now, what happened already was here. What happened already is not that 224. It's just the money part, right? Let me see. Let me go to this. I think it's here. Yeah, I'm getting close. Here we go. Components. Wait, it's here. It's further up. Where's the $1 trillion bill that was passed? It's a $1.5 trillion bill that was passed, but now they're trying to put in the middle of it, they're trying to put the Futures Act, the 224 in it. I think it says it right here. Congress is currently moving a bill that mandates deep technological. Okay, no, but it's not this. Is it this or what? Damn, I did have it up here at one point where it said earlier on the 4th, right, of June, they passed the 1.5 budget. It's the money. But now, before it goes further, they're trying to insert the Futures Act. You see, they're trying to insert the Futures Act in it, and to make it part of that bill.
Yeah, it's tied to the bill. It's exclusively tied to the bill. I'll send something in the chat. If you could pull it up, they discuss more of the act in itself, integration.
Oh, wait a second. It says right here, when the amendment to strip Section 224 failed on June 4th, it was decided by a voice vote. Okay, this means the committee did not record how every individual member voted. There's no. Okay, so it did pass to get into. It did.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Pass.
Okay, and now, yeah. So, but there's still some other parts to it, that more votes that have to come this month, in the middle of this month. So it is part of that bill now. It's part of the NDAA, right? Embedding the NDAA by placing the Futures Act language into the annual NDAA, a must-pass budget for the entire U.S. military. So that's what they did. So they will be calling it the NDAA and calling it a funding bill for the U.S. military. But inside of it,
the link that I sent into the chat.
Oh, you
Instagram
did?
link that describes essentially the bill and where they're at right now.
Okay. Let me see. Let me pull it up then. Let's see here. Boo, boo, boo. Do I have to? Here we go. All right, let's hear it.
They passed the National Defense Authorization Act, and buried inside of this mega bill is Section 224. This proposal is going to greatly expand cooperation and integration of U.S. and Israeli defenses. Now, currently, the two countries are already very involved. They're close allies, they share intelligence, joint military exercises, weapons sales and aid programs, and missile defense programs like the Iron Dome. Section 224 inside of this mega bill will greatly expand the range in which cooperation will occur. Joint research, development, and integration of military technology, artificial intelligence and autonomous systems, cybersecurity and cyber warfare capabilities, counter-drone technologies, quantum technologies, directed energy weapons, you remember when we were told those weren't real, and creation of a formal Pentagon office to lead and coordinate these efforts. Now, this amendment moves the U.S.-Israel relationship closer to the military cooperation America typically reserves for its closest allies, like the UK, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand. Now, this has passed the House Armed Services Committee. Now it gets voted on in the House, then to the Senate, and then for the President to sign. I will keep you updated on every step of the way. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Right. So it hasn't passed Congress. It hasn't passed Congress. It's passed in that committee. Now they're putting it to the floor of Congress. That's what it is. And there's not a lot of information.
It has to go to the Senate in general. Yes.
Yeah. So it's still got to hit the floor of the Congress. Still got to hit the floor of the Senate. But they had to do an initial thing to bring it to the floor, right? And so it's past that stage. So it's a proposal, and it's cooked up, baked into the defense budget. So that's how they're trying to go about it.
Look at the overwhelming support, right? 44-12.
Yeah.
Right?
So
that goes to show the signs of where it's leading towards and how likely we are to pass something like this.
Hold on. In Congress, you mean?
Well, the proposal gained overwhelmingly favored. It was favored to be proposed, and it was 44-12. That's what he was discussing, right in that. And then you had pulled it up in the information you had prior.
Yeah, I did pull it up. Let me go back because I asked for all the names. It didn't give me all the names, man. It's
well, because I think they had a voice vote, so it see 44-12.
They wanted to avoid. They wanted to avoid it, right? People knowing who's voting on it. That's so fucking shitty too. There it is.
It's so cowardice.
It is cowardice, bro. It is cowardice. And people should take note of that. Look, bipartisan breakdown. Every Republican on the committee voted in favor of advancing the bill. And they were joined by several moderate Democrats, including the committee's top Democrat, Republican Adam Smith. All 12 no votes came from progressive and non-interventionist Democrats who opposed various elements of the $1 trillion package. Okay. But they won't give names. Once the amendment to remove it failed, Section 222 remained locked inside the broader bill. So people are trying to strip it out. They're trying to strip it out, but we will see how that goes. But there's the middle of this month, they're supposed to have a vote on the floor of Congress. The date is not announced yet, right? So, man. This is some bullshit, yo. This is some bullshit. I'm saddened, bro. I don't know what else to say. I'm very saddened by this. And I just think American taxpayers are being treated like shit, bro. I just don't feel like it's a democracy anymore. I don't think people's voices, I don't think the American people matter anymore, bro. I don't think they do.
I mean, let's just take into account that all this is happening under this current administration. Right? This is not a coincidence. Right, because even when they have had Democrats in power, they didn't choose to propose a bill such as this. Right, let's not overlook the reason why we're in Iran right now and the war in Iran. Like, there's a reason why, and this bill would just make things like that an everyday occurrence. Whenever Israel says they feel threatened, we are now obligated on the highest of levels to support them.
Right,
even more so. Let's not forget about the funding that we send already to them. Yeah,
we send loads, billions every time. Yeah, many tens of billions at a time, right? Yeah. This is it's very it's I want to know who the names are, and it's interesting that this is going up before this vote. This thing in the House is going up before the midterms, y'all. So, and they say if it's approved, it's going to be very difficult to, once it is implemented, to reverse it without harming the U.S.'s ability to defend itself. That is highway robbery. That is giving away your autonomy to another country. Yeah.
It has the full support of what party?
The Republican Party.
There you go.
All Republicans voted in favor of it. All Republicans. Is this what you this is what I'm trying to figure out. All the people that shouldn't have voted for Trump that did vote for Trump, what do you think about this now? Is this what you had in mind? Would Kamala Harris do the same thing? Would Biden do the same thing? Do you think Netanyahu likes Biden or Kamala Harris? I mean, that was the thing. The idea was that her husband is a Jew. So you don't want that. Israel's going to have too much power. Well, look at you now. Trump's wife is not a Jew. And look at what's going on now. So, and I'm sick and tired of people saying both parties is in on it. Both parties is in on it. Yo, stop saying that. Like, that means you don't recognize the people that are not for it. And how are you going to get more people to go against it if you don't even recognize the people that are against it? It's crazy. And then what's your next best option? But you have to look at whose administration is this happening under. It's happening under the Trump administration. And all this shit is happening under the Trump administration. Did you want a war with Iran or not? Well, you got a war with Iran. Did you want an invasion of Venezuela? Maybe you did. I don't know. Well, you got one. Do you want this situation with Cuba going on? I mean, I don't know. But this one scares me more than all this shit. This is more concerning. If you're an American citizen, this should bother you more than even these wars. It should bother you even more than these wars. This is actually your sovereignty and your real security, for real. Like, it's not a joke anymore. No one has been able to threaten us. Nobody's threatened us with a nuke. No one's threatened to hit the United States with a bomb yet. But this one would be giving your ability to defend yourself by yourself away to someone else. Why, and Trump is trying to get out of NATO, but it doesn't make any sense, bro. It's all backwards shit. But, but in any case, it's 1:42. Let me see. There's a couple other stories here. Let me see. I've been on here. Now, let me pull up the next story and see what it does. Here it is. Here it is right here. Yeah, this is some crazy shit. Here we go. We saw this, but Trump, apparently, we need to see some good news, right, out of this. Our president got his ass booed.
Breaking moments ago, Donald Trump was just, quote, thunderously booed at Madison Square Garden during the national anthem at the NBA Finals in New York City. According to our own Chris Hayes, who posted on Blue Sky, quote, they tried to show Trump on the Jumbotron during the anthem so people wouldn't boo, but the boos were immediate and so loud they came off the image after a second. Take a listen to this. We just had a very spirited conversation in the break before. Can I just say, Avery Wilson, Grammy-nominated Avery Wilson of Broadway fame, was a person that was singing the national anthem. He was giving it to us over the booze. He's a huge Knicks fan, and which is why he was asked, and he's thought of as a good luck charm. But dang, not to have Trump come into your game where you singing. Ooh.
And that's tough. And I get the thinking of Madison Square Garden was to, okay, we know this is going to happen, but people won't do it during the national anthem. Well, they did. And so that moment in the clip where you hear the cheering, that's for the anthem because they've taken Trump's picture down. And, you know, that high note that Avery hit, everyone's like, yeah, baby, that's what we do. But it tells you a lot. I mean, this is, I think, New York is, you know, there's a lot. This is a live shot here of the president at the game. You know, I think, as we were saying earlier,
looking very spirited.
Very spirited.
Excited.
But Alicia, this is what we were talking about before.
Yo, he looks like he's sleeping right here, bro.
He is. He is sleeping. He is sleeping.
God damn. Wow.
They don't insert themselves into big mega events like this because this is really a people's moment. This is a New York moment. And he made it about himself, and New Yorkers told him what they thought of it.
Well, and without the cocoon of the White House, like what we are preparing to see with that UFC fight where he has had, it's like watching a documentary where the subject has served as the executive producer and the editor of the film. The story is theirs as they want to tell it. That is the only story, Simone, that he has proved to be comfortable with.
The president looks so unhappy, Alicia. Just so unhappy. No one made you be here. This is not a profile in courage. I don't even know what we can call this, but this is what I will say about this whole thing. Why are all these cabinet secretaries at the Knicks game tonight? Why is Steve Witkoff at the Knicks game on the day that we're about 100 days into the war with Iran that he and Jared Kushner were negotiating the end to? Why is Steve Witkoff at the game? Iran apparently walked away from the talks today, and now Israel and Iran are fighting again. What is going on? We have lost the plot. They want us to be talking about everything else except the fact that gas is too damn high, that the prices are very high, and that the war is still raging and the Strait of Hormuz is still closed.
And that's the summation of it right there. I mean, you take what Simone just said with that backdrop. This is a president who at every major moment of not just the war, but the decline of this economy, has found something else to do.
Oh, come on.
Found something else to do, so much so that he couldn't even go to his own son's wedding. So the priorities for this man are displaced, would be kind, but they do speak, I think, to a broader problem that the country needs to reconcile itself with come November.
Wow. That's crazy. I had no clue. This is so bad, apparently. Okay. Well, he got booed at that joint. Let me see what Brian is saying here real quick.
The president attends Game 3 of the NBA Finals in New York because wherever there's joy, Trump will do his level best to remove as much of it as he can. This is just another day. It is a thrilling time to be a New York Knicks fan right now, unless, of course, you live in New York City.
And getting into the world's most famous arena tonight is going to be a bit different. You can expect to see a lot of police presence, stricter policies, and no watch party outside.
It's going to be one of the world's biggest inconvenience. This morning, the NYPD and the Secret Service outlining their security plan for President Trump's presence at tonight's Game 3.
Well, you know what they say about New York City. If you can make it there, you can expect Donald Trump to ruin it. Yes, as a result of never seeing a moment he couldn't make about himself, the President of the United States has chosen to launch his own Manhattan Project by attending tonight's Knicks game at Madison Square Garden. Now, to be fair, I understand why he'd want to do this. When you see a sporting event that allows you to apply only one extra color of paint to your face, you want to jump on it immediately. But that feels like a pretty small win compared to the pretty big losses that New Yorkers are experiencing.
Tonight, we'll also bring a major presidential visit to Madison Square Garden. As you know by now, because of that visit, and in coordination with the United States Secret Service, there will unfortunately be no watch party outside of Madison Square Garden for Game 3 of the finals, and no access to the immediate vicinity of MSG without an authorized reason to be there.
Put aside what's happening inside the arena, Donald Trump.
Damn, so they shut down all of the local activities so Donald Trump could go to a game that he doesn't even care about. Yo.
That he's sleeping at. The game that he is sleeping at, he caused all types of redirections, all types of closures. Ideally, right in front of MSG, they have one of the biggest watch parties. And they weren't able to have a watch party just because of him, just for national security.
Yeah, that's sad, man, because people in New York need activities. It's the summertime, too. People are looking forward to this. And, this is an activity to do. It's simple. And then Donald Trump, he really is the Grinch that stole Christmas. I mean, he's fucking up everybody's life except people who like punishment. Some people are sick like that. Some people like to be punished. I don't know. Some people are really weird like that. Like if as long as you go down with me, I'll go down. I don't have a problem going down as long as you go down with me. Some people are like that, bro. Some people are like that. That is crazy, man. Yeah. I don't understand why any
masochist by nature.
Yeah. Basically, I really I'm really losing it right now about Trump, but there's still people out there that support Trump and have no reason to support him other than as long as you going down too, I'm cool with it.
Whose brush strikes and bright stars through the perilous fights.
Look at that. They show him on the screen and people start booing. That is crazy. They show him on the screen and people are booing, man. Look at this fucking loser.
That was Donald Trump, as expected, getting booed mercilessly at Game 3 of the NBA Finals between the Knicks and the Spurs. Now, this was probably owed to any one of quite a few different factors. First, and probably least surprising, New York hates the guy. Less than a third of voters cast ballots for him in the 2024 election, and his approval rating has only plunged since then. Second, his presence at this game made the experience miserable for everyone. Because of him, unilaterally, not only did attendees have to get to the stadium 2 hours early, but watch parties within the vicinity outside of the Madison Square Garden were also canceled. All
right, let me shout out. Yeah, they canceled. Trump is a motherfucker. Carmen, I see you. Shiva, I see you. Tramp. Yo, that's funny. Chris, I see you. All right, madam, are you there? All right, Lauren, what's up, Lauren? Oh my God, man. This is Fries. Come on, man. What's going on? What's going on, Fries? This is sick. This is so sick.
Because one man, a guy who doesn't like New York City and who New Yorkers hate, decided that he needed to be there. He needed the attention on him. In fact, listen to what New Yorkers said when his motorcade went by en route to the Garden a few blocks out.
I mean, no, what an asshole. That's it. That's it. Second call, third call. I don't know.
In case there was any doubt about how New Yorkers actually feel about the guy. But still, despite all of the inconvenience it would cause, Trump decided to do it anyway.
Nevada,
because
what's
God
up?
forbid the attention isn't on him for even one day. Just a quick note here
Dylan.
to say that if you appreciate my work, which is and always will be 100%
All right,
free,
yeah. Big up
small
to
ask is if-
Brian Hill. Everybody go like his videos, as I'm sure you already do. Everybody knows Brian over here. So let's see here. Is there more booing? Who else covered some booing? Hold on. I think Midas Touch covered some booing. Let's see if they got some different booing views. 1, 2, 3. Let's go.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights.
Yo, they need to chase Trump the fuck out of the United States of America. Like, straight up. People, this is how much people hate Trump. And really the rest of them, because I'm sorry. If you think an administration's job is to drag the American people through the mud in every way possible, you are also the problem with the United States. This motherfucker was supposed to improve your life. That's his only job. His only job is to make things easier for you. Might not be perfect, but it's supposed to be easier. You know, more jobs, you know, and not bullshit jobs like $7 jobs either. That doesn't count. OK, you can't fake employment by saying, yeah, a whole bunch of people got more part-time jobs. No. Real jobs that have real salaries. You know, prices in the grocery stores are supposed to go down. Right. And again, people criticize Biden for this. Why do the same people that criticize Biden, why aren't they extra pissed at Trump, since Trump has made it extra fucking worse? I mean, I just don't get that. I don't understand it. Yeah, I don't understand it at all. But in any case, let's hear some more. Now, there was the storming out. We heard the storming out. I want to see what Legacy Media says about that real quick. Trump's bitch ass storming out. Let's see here. He ran off from the female. He doesn't like females, bro. I noticed that a lot. Trump doesn't seem to like ladies. Yeah, he's got.
I think he should do this.
He talks down to the ladies like he's not interested in ladies at all.
2 to 3 times a week. This was a great interview.
Storm out of interviews?
Oh, no, absolutely, because the president's base and most of the country still views the mainstream media as very biased against them. They feel very demonized by the media. They feel very misunderstood by the media. They don't feel like the mainstream media. That wasn't the question
I asked. I asked why won't he present
to try to
actual proof of the thing that he's claiming?
Can I talk about that? Because that's always the comeback. Where's the evidence?
Yeah, because
the evidence is this.
If you're going to claim fraud, there should be some evidence.
Okay.
That's
the evidence is this. You have a California system that enables fraud to happen easily. You don't have voter ID. You have mass mail-out ballots. You have voter cards.
That's not evidence. That's not proof.
That's, yeah. And what is he talking about? You don't have voter ID. What are you going to do? People registered to vote with IDs. If you're a new registered voter, you have to have an ID. We already went through this. It's like they're playing this game with people like you don't even know how to vote. Like you don't know the process of voting. And that makes it even worse when people that should know what the process is are being talked to like they don't have any clue about the checks and the balances. Like there's no checks and balances. Like you never have to show any proof of who you are. No proof. Like ID. Okay, so what ID? They don't even agree on what ID it should be. You see what I mean? So it's just a Trojan horse to find a way to stop elections. They don't have anything particular that they want. They just want to criticize the checks and balances that are already there. And the checks and balances work. Look, if you move your address, if you registered last year and you moved your address, they can stop you for that. They can stop you from voting, but you're still an American citizen. So put a 1 in the chat if you think for any reason whatsoever it's okay that an American citizen is stopped for any reason from voting. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that's okay. That it's okay for an American citizen to be stopped for any reason whatsoever from voting. And put a 2 in the chat if you think that should never ever be possible, no matter what the excuse is, that an American citizen should always be allowed to vote no matter what. Okay, I'm putting a 2 in the chat because I think, hey, taxation without represent. That's what the Constitution says. We're allowed to vote. It doesn't say you're allowed to fucking stop an American citizen from fucking voting. This is crazy. And they've just pulled this Jedi mind trick. Prove that someone's not a fucking citizen. Prove that someone voted more than once. Then you have a fucking problem. You got to stop saying someone changed their address, but they're an American citizen. But boo-hoo, you don't get to vote because your address changed yesterday. It's for the presidency. Who gives a fuck if your address changed when you voted for the president? Who gives a fuck? You're still a citizen. I mean...
Yeah. If you could pull up for the chat, what documents do you need to get a state ID? Just so they have an idea of why you don't need a general ID for the most part to vote if you haven't had any sort of address change.
Exactly. This is crazy, man. Exactly. It's crazy, bro. It is really crazy. And it's almost like the people that listen to them never had an ID themselves. They never had to go get an ID. It's like, you know how much fucking verification you got to bring up there to get it? It's like, this is, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, damn, bro. Okay.
They'll ignore that just to put their bias forward. Go ahead, babe.
Yeah, man. It's just to put it forward. All right, let me see here. It says to get a state ID in the United States, you generally need to provide original or certified documents that prove four main things. So you get that. It's about triangulating, qualifying. So one thing is not even what they want in the first place. And it's even like that when you go to vote. When they ask you some questions, when you go to vote, it's not one thing they require. It's a couple of things to prove who you are. And they're making it seem like if it's not ID, it doesn't count. No, they're asking you things like your address, your social security number. They want to qualify who you are. You see what I mean? They want to know that, okay, this person obviously is the person. But in any case, these people don't matter. Look, they don't care. To get the ID, right? You need to, what does it say? To get a state ID, you generally need to provide an original or certified documents that prove four main things: identity and age, lawful presence in the U.S., social security number, and residency in that state. Because the federal Real ID standards, the requirements are very similar across most states. You will need to bring physical documents. Photocopies or digital versions are usually not accepted from the following categories: proof of identity and lawful status. Choose one. This document must show your full legal name and date of birth. Valid U.S. passport or passport card. Original or certified copy of a U.S. birth certificate issued by a state, county, or municipal authority. Hospital certificates are not accepted. Permanent residence card, green card, employment authorization document, EAD, certification, or naturalization or citizenship. But they're talking about residence ID, which you need to get a state ID if you're a resident or a citizen. But really, to vote in federal elections, it's even more specific because you're just a citizen. It's only citizens can vote in that, right? So here, proof of social security number. Choose one. The document must display your full name, and full SSN, physical social security card, unlaminated, okay, W-2 form, right? That's a tax form. SSA, that tax form verifies a few things. It has your address, right? And your social, isn't it something like that? It also has your social security number.
It has your worker's address, your social security number attached to it. The taxes you paid. Yep.
Your tax form verifies many things about who you are, and it's not the only thing they ask for. So they want something else to go hand in hand with that matches up with that information too. So then there's the SSA 1099 form or a non-SSA 1099 form. A pay stub showing your full SSN. They want a pay stub from you too. Look, this is, I mean, it's serious. Some places want you to bring an electricity bill. You know, an electric bill or some kind of bill, a utility bill, not even a cell phone bill, a gas bill or something. Proof of state residency. Choose two. Usually need 2 different documents that show your current name and physical residential address. P.O. box don't count. This typically must be dated within the last 30 to 90 days. Utility bill. See what I'm saying? Utility bill, water, gas, internet, landline phone. Right. They don't even want cell phone. Bank statement, credit card statement, or mortgage document. Current lease or rental agreement. Pay stub. First class mail from a federal, state, or local government agency. Insurance policy. Homeowner's renter or auto. Okay. Number 4. Proof of name change if applicable. Loads of American citizen women will have this issue. Loads will have this issue. Sadly enough, because the Republican Party wanted you to have an issue. They plan on stopping women because their marriage name is not the same as on their birth certificate. This is the United States, and there's loads of women that are okay with that and ain't going to vote. All right, so here we go. The current legal name doesn't match the name on your birth certificate or passport. If your current legal name doesn't match the name or birth certificate or passport due to marriage, divorce, and you could even get a divorce and it could change again, or court order, you must bring a linking document. So you got to bring even another document like a divorce decree, certified marriage certificate, license, divorce decree, court order, legal name, and change. Okay, so women have to have, a lot of women going to have one more document than men have to have, because men don't change their name when they get married, typically in the United States. And that goes to show you liberals won't really have a lot, because liberals today don't even fucking change their name. The women don't change their name when they get married today. You know what I'm saying? It's just these Christian fundamentalists. Gotta have that name, the husband's name. All right. So, isn't that kind of in any case? But this is what you need to have, bro. And of course, I just think.
Can I say all that to say?
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I say all that to say this is the reason why the DMV is a point of voter registration, right? It is the reason why they ask you if you want to register to vote. When you do get a new ID, because right there they are confirming that you are a U.S. citizen by the documents you provide. Right there. That's the reason why you're going to a polling site, and they know that information because it's already reviewed by you getting your ID. It is the reason why you are linked to a polling site.
Yeah, you've been pre-checked.
Why they primarily ask you.
Yeah,
yes, you've been pre-checked.
Your name, for people that don't know how that works, you can't just go to any voting station. You go to a specific one that you are assigned once you've been verified to vote. So how does a person that is fraudulently using the system get all that information? You don't.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? So these people, that's what I'm saying. They're talking. This guy right here on the screen, he's literally talking like he don't even know what the voting process is. And the people that believe him are listening like they don't know what the voting process is. But then again, does it surprise you? A lot of the people that support this kind of stupidity from this guy, guess who they are? They're part of the 90 million people that actually don't vote. So they wouldn't even know the fucking process. And they up here on the internet. Yeah, but get voter ID and voter ID all on the fucking internet. That's why you always have to ask them, did you vote? Are you registered to vote? Because they're not. They don't know the process. They're guessing a process because they never used it before. And this kind of language right here fucking works on their ass, man. Listen to this.
Can I talk about that? Because that's always the comeback. Where's the evidence?
Yeah, because
the evidence is this.
If you're going to claim fraud, there should be some evidence.
Okay.
That's
the evidence is this. You have a California system that enables fraud to happen easily. You don't have voter ID. You have mass mail-out ballots. You have voter cards.
That's not evidence. That's
time out.
That's just a description
can I just,
of
like,
an
finish?
electoral system.
It's an electoral system that's ripe for fraud.
Ripe for fraud is not fraud.
And then you
that
have
is not fraud.
No, but then you have statistical anomalies where you have Rahman, who was third place, was getting 20% of the vote, and then the vote after the election day, she gets 40% of the vote.
So I don't
that's a total
speculation is also not proof.
Hold on just one second, because I just want
infuriating to watch people try to make speculation into proof.
We are going to spend
not speculation,
a
that's
whole
data.
segment.
That is not data.
We're going to spend a whole segment on the
data.
California race in just a moment.
This motherfucker, he doesn't realize that people count votes the next day. all that happens when you're voting is there's a time where you're allowed to cast your vote where that ends. There's no specific time on how long it takes you to count how many. What if all of a sudden there's record turnout? What if all of a sudden there's more people voting more than ever? What are you going to do? Not count their votes? You're going to have bags everywhere and you're going to be like, oh, well, time to stop counting. That doesn't make any sense. And these dudes, man, they just, it is shameful. But again, Americans, you suffer from not being involved. Largely, I'm not saying people aren't rightly disappointed and frustrated. But listen, the bare minimum is that you fucking participate in voting. You need to 20%. Okay, 20%, 10 to 20% is normal for a Western democracy that doesn't vote. The United States has only 60% of they have double 20% that don't vote. 40 fucking percent easily don't fucking 40% don't vote. 40%. There's fucking, and people are complaining. There's loads of people on the internet that don't even fucking vote, that are out here fucking complaining about fucking Biden and Kamala Harris, and they're not even fucking registered to vote. Like, that doesn't count. That's not how it works, bro. Or
the same people who will say that the election was rigged. These are the same people.
It is rigged because you ain't voting. You rigging it by not voting. Yeah, you 90 million motherfuckers that didn't vote. You rigged the election, god damn it, because you didn't vote. What the fuck? It depends on you voting. It's sad, bro. It is so sad. It is so sad. 50% of black men. Yo, 50% of black men, Aaron. Yo, don't let them do that to you. Don't you know they don't want you to vote in the first place? Don't you know they don't want you to vote, black man? It's harder for you to vote than a lot of other people because a lot of you might be felons, man. You know how long it is to get a felon to get permission to vote again. You free now. They got laws on felons, bro. They make you wait. They make you ask for permission to vote again. What kind of bullshit is that? Like, so vote. You know what I'm saying? In Denmark, you can be a felon all you want. You can still vote in jail in Denmark. You know, what part of the Constitution says you can't vote if you're convicted of a crime? When did you stop being a citizen? I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's something there, but I'm just saying, if you're out of jail, if you did your time, go do your paperwork and go and vote. Get your paperwork, your permission to vote again, whatever it is. And if you don't have anything stopping you, register to vote too. Register to vote, man. Don't say you care about anybody in your neighborhood, in your family, if you just not willing to do the paperwork to fucking say who you want and what you want out of your government. You got to do that. You got to do that. Otherwise, you can't expect it. You can't expect much to happen because there's other people out there voting. And if you're not registered to vote, you motherfucker better not be complaining about an immigrant voting. I mean, that makes really no sense. The immigrants, man, look at who they, man, you better get out there and vote. Represent yourself, what you want, but don't claim to be having problems with people and you're not even willing to vote, bro. That's just doesn't even work. Or problems with the system. You know what I mean? You ain't got no problem with the system. System's working just fine. You just ain't voting for it. You're not voting for what you want. Yeah, somebody said the immigrants are stealing my vote. Yeah, and then they don't even volunteer they don't even register to vote. And they talking about the immigrants are stealing their vote. Shit. Okay, nah. It's because 90 million of your citizens didn't fucking vote. Yeah, but in any case, let's hear some more of this nonsense. Play on.
So we're going to talk through some of the stuff that you're talking about there. But I actually think that we can boil it down much more simply than this. Trump falsely believes that he won the 2020 election that he lost. When he is challenged on that, he gets upset and he storms out of an interview. Explain that one.
They were talking about the mayoral race in California, and he was talking about the fraud there, the rigged election there.
Okay.
That's what they were talking about.
It's rigged? You believe it's rigged?
I do believe it's rigged.
Oh, my God. We can wrap this show up.
100% rigged.
We can wrap this show up.
He also was talking about his favorite obsession, which is 2020.
What's that?
In that exchange, he also was talking about the election that he lost in 2020.
Well, he talked about the
right?
95%. He also got mad because he has 90%.
What's the explanation for that?
95% negative press coverage. He's sitting there in a negative press interview.
What does press conference have to do with the fact that she asked for proof of fraud?
Here's the thing about the president. When he was candidate Trump and they had the primary and he lost to Ted Cruz, the first thing he said was it was rigged. And he insisted that the state officials change the actual results of that primary. You remember that. And Ted Cruz was very upset by that because he called Ted Cruz a liar. That was what, 10 years ago. So to characterize this conversation without an understanding of who he has been, I think is unfair to the conversation we're supposed to be having now. He's always done this.
Caroline also suggested that Trump loves taking tough questions, but here is his very real history of not taking tough questions that he doesn't like. Listen.
Your first statement was, are you ready for tough questions?
Are you?
That's no way to talk. It's no way to talk. I think we have enough of an interview here, Hope. Okay, that's enough. Let's go. Let's go.
The only way it's not going to happen again is you have to solve the problem of the presidential rigged election of 2020.
Mr. President, if I'm... Wait, one more question.
The woman that you said was a great doctor in that video that you retweeted last night said that masks don't work and there is a cure for COVID-19, both of which health experts say is not true. She's also made videos saying that doctors make medicine using DNA from aliens and that they're trying to create a vaccine to make you immune from becoming religious.
Well, maybe it's the same, maybe it's not.
Last week, well, real quick.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. There's hold on, because I haven't spoken. There's two different things that I think need to be addressed in the clip that we saw from the Meet the Press interview. The first is him alleging that he didn't lose the 2020 election. Trump and his team filed over 60 challenges in court and lost every single one of them. So there is no evidence that held up in court. That's number one issue. The second issue, which to me is just as horrible and needs to be discussed, is his consistent berating and insulting and ad hominem attacks, particularly against women. Whether it's
Give
Kristen,
me a break.
What do you mean give me a break? Kristen Walker this week.
Trump hates fucking women. This guy's a misogynist, or at least he sounds exactly like a misogynist. It doesn't take 2 seconds before he's berating, talking down to a woman. And then look, when he met with Mom Donnie, he was praising Mom Donnie. Yo, he was the most polite I ever seen him around Mom Donnie. And Mom Donnie's a Muslim, right? What is it?
Mom Donnie called him a fascist to his face.
Mom Donnie called him a fascist to his face. Trump is standing next to Christian women, berating them just for doing their jobs consistently. I mean, I'm sorry. I think Trump likes men, yo. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think Trump really likes men. I don't think the guy likes women. I don't think he's really into women. And if he's into women, I think it's only little girls. If he's into females, I think it's just little girls. But Trump, he seems to hate fucking women because every time he gets a chance, he's saying something bad. There's rarely any women around him that he expresses any like for. I just never seen it. I mean, I'm talking about one or two. Look at his cabinet. Where are the women? Where the women at? He barely has any fucking women in his cabinet. And, you know, I think they use a lot of this. He really got a sausage club going on. It's a sausage boy cabinet, you know? Yeah, man. What type of dude likes that, man? I want some women in the motherfucking cabinet. Yo, if I'm going to be in the office all goddamn day, I want some, I want it mixed up, man. I'm not going to be sitting up there talking to a bunch of dumbass dudes all day, all fucking day. Just nothing but dudes. Nothing but dudes. Come on, man. What the hell is going on here, bro? That's not even cool. That's not a cool hangout spot. I'm sorry, it ain't, man. It's just not cool, man. The guy don't like women. You know, and then look at this lady down here capping for him. Like, why is she capping for him? She's actually pretending like the guy talks nice to women. Man, that is lame. That is so fucking lame.
In the clip that we saw from the Meet the Press interview. The first is him alleging that he didn't lose the 2020 election. Trump and his team filed over 60 challenges in court and lost every single one of them. So there is no evidence that held up in court.
Facts.
That's number one issue.
There's no evidence that held up in court. Every time he tried to take the issue of election fraud to court, he lost the case. And all of them are paid. Yeah, they paid. This lady is paid, man. She's paid. The woman up there capping for Trump, she's paid, man. And that shows you it's even more spineless with these folks. Look, who's the other guy? Who's the guy who's always goddamn CNN, another CNN sycophant, right? Trump sycophant. He's always capping. What's his name? Scott. What's his name? Brenner or Scott? What's the guy's name?
No. I see it in that often anymore, but yeah, I have no clue.
Yeah, his name is Scott Besant. No, Scott Jennings. He also, it's just money. His job is to only try to cap for Trump. Period. That's his only job. Nobody can be that right all the time. And this man finds a way to make Trump right all this. And then you know what they say about him too? They say, I mean, this isn't an issue for me, but this guy claims that he's not gay. But they say that they got photographs of him. They say that the guy has a long relationship with, kissing men. You know what I'm saying? But he's working with conservatives that are totally against that. You see what I'm saying? It's like, I'm sorry, but you can still be legacy media without having frauds. You can still get people that actually believe Trump is right, but they don't have that. They have people that are paid money to just lie and keep the lie going. That's totally different. That is so phony. That's so phony, man.
The second issue, which to me is just as horrible and needs to be discussed, is his consistent berating and insulting and ad hominem attacks, particularly against women. Whether it's
Give
Kristen,
me a break.
What do you mean give me a break? Kristen Walker this week.
It's Kristen.
Caitlin Walker,
I'm
Caitlin
sorry.
Collins last
I've
week.
worked with
The
Kristen
woman he
when I
called
worked at
Piggy.
the White
Will
House.
you give me a
To
break?
say
Have
that
you
you're
no
going up
shame
against
as a
another
woman
No.
that we hear
Kristen
him
was
call them
tougher
ugly
on-
and piggy and
Kristen
crooked
was
and
tougher.
lying?
Look, she's out there fighting for a guy whose best friend assaults women for a living and little girls for a living. And she's like, give me a break. Why would he not like women? Because his best friend for 15 years fucking hated women, dude. Like, what are you talking about? What the fuck? She's acting like it's just, I mean, the charade is up and they're still pretending. They're still pretending. It's shameful. It is shameful. And it is a woman doing it. And I'm not saying men don't do it. Of course, there's a lot of fake ass men too. But when you're a minority, when the power dynamics work against you, it's even more shameful. So the fact that she's a woman women couldn't vote in the country for a long ass time. Women have been put behind in the country because of this type of bias against women, women's rights in the United States of America. Women still can't really get a fair shake in the United States of America. It's still discrimination against women, like in terms of the wages they get for the same job, all of this shit. And then on top of it, Trump's best friend was fucking sex trafficking women. You see what I mean? And little girls. And then you got this lady out here pretending like, give me a break. Trump's not a misogynist. He doesn't have one misogynist bone in his body. Give me a break. It's like, no, what are you talking about? Every time Trump opens his fucking mouth, it's a woman that he goddamn hates when it's a reporter. Like, he talks down to women. Totally. And he's done it repeatedly, over and over. Called them stupid, called them everything. Who does that? Who does it?
On him stupid.
Give me a break.
At the White House,
Well, you give me a break.
Have you no shame
as a woman that we hear him call them ugly and piggy?
I know what I want. I know what I want. Exactly. Give me a break. This is just the other side. You know what I mean? The other one, the I know what I want lady needs some goddamn health care. This lady's getting paid. Her pockets are getting lined. The I know what I want lady is the fool to this woman. Listens to a woman like this lie for money. Lie for a big check. You know, I mean, this lady's a professional liar.
I'm sorry. I've worked with Kristen when I worked at the
She's a
White House.
professional grifter.
She's a
It's a part of the grip.
She's a professional. Yeah, nothing personal. She's just a professional grifter. If you believed her, oops, sorry. That's just part of the. That's how it goes. That's life. That's what business is. That's media.
Whether it's
Give
Kristen,
me a break.
What do you mean give me a break? Kristen Walker this week.
It's Kristen.
Caitlin Walker,
I'm
Caitlin
sorry.
Collins last
I've
week.
worked with
The woman
Kristen
he
when I
called
worked at
piggy.
the White
Ain't fooling me, lady. You could be all that give me a break shit all you want. No, it's not fooling me. I know who you are. I've seen your kind before.
Well, you give me a break.
Say
Have
that
you
you're
no
going
shame
up against
as a
another
woman
No.
that we hear
Kristen
him
was
call them
tougher
ugly
on-
and piggy and
Kristen
crooked
was
and
tougher
liars
on him
and
in
stupid
that
and bad
interview
journalists?
than I have
Have
seen
you
most- that's
absolutely no
probably the
solidarity with
toughest
women?
interview I've
Oh
seen
my
him
God, I
face
can't believe you
to
sit
date.
here and tell
He
me to give
pushed
you a
up
break.
against
But
her
in
because
this
she was a
network,
tough
we hear
journalist.
him
Not because
tell
she was a
our
woman.
journalist that
Caroline, let me let
she's
her
not
finish
fit to
because
be
she
a
didn't finish her
journalist
thought.
because she doesn't smile. How dare you tell me to give you a break?
Exactly. That is Trump's. That's one of the misogynistic things. Trump said many misogynistic things to women openly, and people were just like, "Whoa!" Didn't know what to do and just sat there, stood there. You know what I mean? That is so foul. Everyone knows Trump says misogynistic things, and he did say that. You know, what did she just say? Hold on.
Oh my God, I can't believe you sit here and tell me to give you a break.
against
But
her
in
because
this
she was a
network,
tough
we hear
journalist.
him
Not because
tell
she was a
our
woman.
journalist that
Caroline, let me let
she's
her
not
finish
fit to
because
be
she
a
didn't finish her
journalist
thought.
because she doesn't smile.
Right. He told a journalist she's not fit to be a journalist because she doesn't smile. Like, damn, that's so gross. You know what I'm saying? Like, this guy sees women only as sex objects, and he's disgusting. You don't smile. Why don't you smile a little? Can you imagine that? That is creepy, bro. That is creepy. That is creepy.
How dare you tell me to give you a break? Have
Caroline,
some shame.
Why would
don't
the
you?
president?
Look at her face. Hold on. Let me put her goddamn face up here. I'm sorry. We got to look at her fake ass face here. I'm sorry. She just did this last little movement and shit. Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back.
And crooked
was
and
tougher
liars
on him
and
in
stupid
that
and bad
interview
journalists.
than I have
Have
seen
you
most-
absolutely
that's
no
probably the
solidarity with
toughest
women?
interview I've
Oh
seen
my
him
God, I
face
can't believe you
to
sit
date.
here and tell
He
me to give
pushed
you a
up
break.
against
But
her
in
hold on.
this
because she was a
network,
tough
we hear
journalist.
him
Not because she
tell
was a
our
woman.
journalist that
Caroline, let me let
she's
her
not
finish
fit to
because
be
she
a
didn't finish her
journalist
thought.
because she doesn't smile. How dare you tell me to give you a break? Have
Caroline,
some shame.
Why would
don't
the
you?
president?
Oh my God, call the police. She just told the truth. How dare she?
That she's not fit to be a journalist because she doesn't smile. How dare you tell me to give
Let me slow this shit down. You just let this Hispanic woman talk to me like that, Daddy? You know what I'm saying? My daddy is the slave master on this plantation. How dare you?
you a break?
How dare you talk to me like that?
How dare you tell me to give you a break? Have some shame.
Why would the
This is reminding me of White Chicks. The fucking, what's that movie with the goddamn Damon Wayans and the this is one of them right here. Yeah. Who is that? Damon or the other one? Or the brother?
Sean and Marlon, the brothers.
Yeah, Sean and Marlon. How did she just tell me that she just told me off on national TV? Oh my God. This is some crazy shit right here, boy. Here we go.
You a break. Have some shame.
Why would the
Oh my God.
Give you a break. Have some shame.
She's looking at her like, she broke the rules. She told me off. What the fuck? That's not supposed to happen. Call the police. Get her fired. My daddy's going to fire you from this company right now. Any case, yeah. Well, this is what it looks like right here. Caught Barbie by surprise. Okay, anyway.
Why would the president tell a woman that she doesn't smile enough when she's working, asking him a question?
Because he's an equal opportunity offender. And let's not pretend. Let me explain how the
That's not a good thing to say either. Because he's an equal opportunity offender. And this motherfucker is already being accused of raping boys and girls. And this is what she says? Like, what the hell? What the hell,
No,
bro?
he's evil across the board, so he's not just signaling out women. Like, what?
He'll talk to your mama like that. There's no problem. Your mama and your daddy. You know, it's like, and your kids. He's just a disgusting piece of shit. That's all. But it's not biased. He hates everybody equally. Like, damn.
That she doesn't smile enough when she's working, asking him a question.
because he's an equal opportunity offender. And let's not pretend.
He'll grab him by the pussy. That's what he says. I mean, and she's like, he's an equal opportunity offender. Yeah, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is promoting misogyny. It's promoting rape. Like, nobody needs no woman should be out here capping for that kind of language. That is wrong, yo. That is teaching young girls to be victims of men, to just allow men to do anything to them. Like, that's just totally wrong. Totally wrong. No, yo, that's exactly what you're not supposed to emulate this woman. You're not supposed to emulate her. You know, you're not supposed to accept that behavior. And the only reason why a lot of these women have to accept it is because they're at work and their own bosses don't back them up at fucking work. That's even more shameful. Yeah. Look, their bosses should let them curse this motherfucker out right to his face and then be like, no, you got the job. I understand he offended you. He said some misogynistic shit. So you still got your job. You cursed him out in the White House. Okay, no problem. You're not fired. We're going to keep you on staff no matter what. Yeah, why not? Have their backs. And that's really where that's the height of shame, when your own company doesn't have your back and you're just supposed to sit there and let this motherfucker say anything he wants to you. Like, on that level, I tell you what.
I mean, it's the problem with legacy media, right? I mean, legacy media allows this to continue to happen. It allows this to continue to be the trend, and they don't do anything about it, nor do they even have genuine arguments and people who can represent just honest arguments, right? Like, to say he's an equal opportunity offender, how are you framing that in a positive context in any way, shape, or form?
Exactly.
How? I don't understand how.
Bro, those were the wrong words. Yeah. She should never be saying that, especially about Trump. Especially,
come up with a better argument.
That is a weak argument.
Come up with a better argument, just please, right? Like, if you're gonna broadcast this on national TV and have this be a part of the image of your brand as a news brand, like even CNN, just have someone with some basic logical talking points. You know, bring up instances where he has promoted women or, you know, spoken highly of them. But to say he's an equal opportunity offender is wild.
Yeah, that was such a lame. That's so lame. And this is what you get on TV, national TV, broadcasted to the world. She's a representation of what an American is. Sadly. Yeah. Let me see. Never Under Pressure says, V, the networks need to be in good graces of the president no matter who holds the office. Yeah, but it's
Did
true.
they say that for Fox News? What happened with Fox News was berating any chance they got for Barack Obama or Biden or Kamala consistently, 24-hour news feeds of them just insulting. Whenever they got in front of the president, they would ask him the most outrageous questions. Yep. I guess the standards are different for liberal media than they are for conservative media, right?
I think it is. The standards are totally different. And I think if you want to be, if your standard is to be respectable, I understand that. But the problem is that that's not the same. That's not the rules that the other networks are playing by. The other networks that interview Trump, they side with him. They praise him, and then when they come to an opposition candidate of Trump, they berate them, talk down to them, call them monkeys, throw a banana at fucking Obama. I mean, like, come on, man. And listen, I'm gonna tell you, if I'm the person giving the interview, I'm gonna go out hard right then and there. I'm gonna go out right in that moment. And I'm going to tell you off to your face. I may not have a job tomorrow, but I'm definitely going to do it. And on top of it, if I was the president of the United States, oh fuck yes, man, you throw a banana at me, motherfucker. Yo, I'm going to go in. You call me the N-word, I'm going to go in on your fucking ass on national goddamn TV. I'm going to right then and there. Fuck the party. You know, and also fuck any country that expects that is supposed to be accepted. You see what I'm saying? Like, the people have to have standards. People, if you don't uphold the standards have to be the same for everybody. You know, and the problem is that they're not the same for everybody right now. And I have to be totally against that. I can't uphold a standard. I'm not saying throw away all standards. Like, for example, I won't be saying shit like Trump just to get even. Like, yeah, well, you know, why aren't you smiling? You know, you asking me a question, you should smile more. I'm not going to be saying shit like that. But if you insult me, you know, I'm definitely going to curse you out to your fucking face. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to say fuck you. You know what I'm saying? I might say something else too, but you know. But I understand. It shouldn't be accepted, but it's definitely accepted by Trump. And they've done nothing to change that over the years with Trump. He has normalized it. And people got to have some pushback. Your only alternative can't just be to just accept it. Like, I just don't get that. I don't think that's the government's job. You paying tax dollars. Why should you have to? Even the woman interviewing him pays this motherfucker's taxes, pays for his job. Like, you know, whatever happened to that understanding that these people pay for me? I'm supposed to uphold the high standards. Trump doesn't do that, and nobody else is holding them to it. You know, it's sad. But in any case, I understand your point. We should be better. We should be better. Period. As a country, we should be better. And Trump is a reflection that we're not. You know, that's my view.
Another example of
Let me explain how the game works.
Give me an example of him being equal
Let me explain how the game works, because Caitlin got something out of that exchange too. Caroline. The president gets a lot out of having combative exchanges with journalists. His base loves it. That's why I said he should do 2 to 3 more of these a week. His poll numbers go up. But Caitlin's getting something out of it too. So many journalists have made their careers in this country off of being combative with President Trump, Caitlin Collins included, Jim Acosta, many former people. It is all part of the game. It is all part of the theater. She's tough. She can
Why is it a game
But
to
the
you?
fact that you guys are going to call this a woman problem, Kristen did one of the toughest interviews I have seen someone do with the president up to date.
And he walked up
she
and
deserves
left
credit
because
for that.
he couldn't
But
take it.
He didn't push back.
She
She's
flew
a
all
woman.
the way to
He just pushed
Wisconsin,
back. It was tough questions.
went to do her job. No, the guy needs to grow up. He's the president of the United States. He needs to grow up, and instead of walking out, having
How many interviews did Biden do? How many interviews did Biden do?
And how much did you criticize him?
Did an interview.
Okay, and Biden is back in the White House, we can discuss it.
The Biden is like a reflex.
Separate conversation.
It's the truth.
Then just
So is the 2020 election.
Biden, blah, 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 Biden, blah, 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 blah,
Biden,
Biden.
LZ, you were making a point.
I get it. You want the president to look good.
I get it. You want to talk about 2020. I'm bringing up
he
does.
The president
it up.
I actually brought up 2015 when he started beginning the lies
You did that too.
about talking about how elections have been stolen. I was just letting you know there's a pattern here that's been 2 years long. That's why I brought that up. But to the point I'm trying to say right now is that what do you want this nation to gravitate towards? The behavior that we've seen in which you berate women, or behavior in which you learn how to negotiate with someone that you don't agree with, but you don't need to yell or get up and beat them.
It's actually very dangerous what this guy is doing. He's like, oh, come on, like it's not a big deal. Again, women could not vote for what, a century in the United States of America. That's not a joke. Women
couldn't own businesses up until 1988. 1988.
Exactly. And so there's a whole set of power dynamics there, and talking, how you're allowed to talk, is part of it too. You shouldn't insult or belittle them when they have been carrying your water. That is crazy, and this guy, he's just like, oh, come on. No, it's not a joke. It's not a game. People that have been carrying your fucking water, made to do all the work for free, don't think it's a fucking game. They're demanding respect. And you know what? If you don't want to give it to them, that's one thing, but they should continue to demand it. They should demand it. Everybody should demand your respect, and if these people don't understand that some people have had to pay the burden, for others, right? If those people don't understand it, it doesn't mean you're not supposed to stop demanding your respect. You're supposed to demand it even more and make it even more annoying to people that don't get it, because it's based on facts. If it wasn't factual, then it wouldn't be an issue. If it wasn't the true history, it wouldn't be an issue. Even today, women aren't getting paid the same salary as men for the same goddamn job in the United States of America. What? You know what I mean? And this is the best that they got. They act like, oh, you also, because it's already unequal, but you're also going to be able to talk down to people while it's unequal. Like, get the fuck out of here. When does that end? Like, yeah, man, I don't understand it, but I ain't up for it. I'm gonna tell you, I'm a free person. I've walked out of many a goddamn job. Not many, you know what I'm saying? Not too many, but every once in a while, it's healthy to leave a situation.
Here, I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist, as well as a body language expert.
Every once in a while,
we're going to be.
It's healthy to leave a situation where you're not respected. It's healthy to do that. I'm just telling you. And it's not healthy to go to a place where you are not respected. That is not healthy. That is not healthy. So, I've been in a couple of places where I was like, man, this is some bullshit. I'm out. Period. I'm out of this because I got standards, and I fuck that. You know what I mean? I'll find a job somewhere else. What the hell? Yeah. They come a dime a dozen. You see what I'm saying? And so, you have to really weigh it out. And I think I'm better off for it, though. I'm way happier for it because a lot of people may not do that. A lot of people might, for whatever reason, they might have reasons why they can't do it, legitimate reasons. But I'm just saying, man, as far as feeling free, there's nothing that feels freer than being able to walk out of a place where you did good work and they're not going to find somebody else to do it the way you're doing it on your level, and taking your job, taking pride in your job, and walking out on that motherfucker because someone doesn't understand that, no, you actually demand respect too. There's nothing better than that. That's why every job that I do, I give it 100%. Every job. It doesn't matter what job it is, because if I have some sort of issue and I got to be out, you're going to have a hard time replacing me.
Yep.
You're going to have a hard time getting the same quality out of the next motherfucker. You see what I mean? So you're going to learn.
And they'll probably have to pay more for less work.
Pay more for less work. And I have a brain that's fully active and a body that is. I know how to pick up a shovel and dig some motherfucking gravel all day, too, if I have to. And I will have fun digging some goddamn gravel. You know what I'm saying? I do it like, just be laughing. Here we go again. Huh? All day. I'll be up on the motherfucking roof drilling holes and shit for 11 goddamn hours a day. I mean, I can be like a goddamn machine physically. If I have to, I like it. I like to have my adrenaline pumping and my blood pumping.
Yeah, you're not adverse to work, right?
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Work isn't scarce.
Yeah. But there's only one requirement that I don't want to be treated better than anybody, but motherfucker, you ain't gonna be disrespecting me either. You know, you gonna respect, and I think everybody deserves that too. You know, you don't have to be an asshole about it, but everybody deserves that. You know, and I encourage people to be free. Don't be afraid to find something else if you can. Or don't be afraid if you don't feel welcome where you are. Don't be afraid to find something else. Sometimes that's the best thing you could do. But this is Dr. G. Now he broke down Trump. His bitch ass walked out of this place. We all saw that. Everyone laughed. Trump looked worse than ever. I mean, he
probably soiled his pants. He probably soiled his pamper and had to just leave immediately.
He's such an insecure bastard. He couldn't take these questions from this lady, man, without walking out. He looked totally weak, man. I never seen this. I mean, this even shocked me. And I don't even like Trump, but this shocked me, bro. I couldn't believe that he's this fucking petty, you know, but he is, and he didn't look good at all. But here, Dr. G is going to analyze his body language and his wording. Thank you to Dr. G. Excellent job. Right. We need someone who is certified at this shit, even though he's giving his opinion, but it's an opinion of someone who's certified in forensics. So, body language and all of that. So let's see what he got to say here. Let's watch him berate Trump in an intellectual manner. Let's go. He's going to tell us how fake Trump is, how
behavior and body language,
how nervous Trump is, how much of a bitch Trump is. Here we go. Let's go.
Language of president. Hey everybody, Dr. G here. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist as well as a body language expert, and today we're going to be analyzing the behavior and body language of President Trump during a Meet the Press interview. Before we get started with this, a couple of quick things. One, I wanted to make sure you know this is not a psychological evaluation of any kind. These are just my opinions. In addition to that, I do want to remind you to
just got to say that for the legal record.
Like and subscribe if you want to see more content just like this. All right, let's go.
He sounds a little too happy about this, though.
We're going to be analyzing today are clips from a recent interview between President Trump and Kristen Welker of Meet the Press. Ultimately, the interview ended when President Trump shut it down and walked off, but we're going to look at some of the behavior and body language that got us there. All right, let's just jump right in.
And I call it a military exercise because people would rather have it called that. It's not a big war for us. It's not. We're the most powerful.
This is the very beginning of the interview. In terms of behaviorally, what we're seeing is pretty standard for President Trump. He's nodding his head when he speaks. He likes to emphasize everything. That's a big part of how he communicates with his body language. He tends to use his hands a lot. He tends to use his head to lean forward. So right now we're seeing typical emphasis. We're not seeing a lot of emotion right now. You're seeing a slightly higher blink rate than usual, which suggests some degree of stress, whether that's the interview or something that happened before. But beyond that, most of his behavior right now is pretty standard.
Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their anti-aircraft is gone. They might have built it up a little bit.
You can see the position he's sitting in, leaning forward, his hands between his legs, but you're also going to see him move his hands as well for emphasis. This is, once again, a fairly standard way that he sits.
They might have built it up a little bit over the last 4 weeks during this little ceasefire.
In other words, he's fucking slouching. He's a sloucher. And he hunches over regularly. He's calling him the hunchback of Notre Dame.
That we did.
Now, what he just did, that's not so standard. I've actually never seen him do this before. Watch this. You're going to see him suck in on his lip. This is different than what he typically does.
They might have built it up a little bit over the last 4 weeks during this little ceasefire.
Now, for most people, if you...
Oh! Look at this shit. This is embarrassing. He looks like a little baby, man. Look, watch. Wait a second. Here it comes.
The last 4 weeks during this little ceasefire.
Now, for most people...
He looks nervous, bro. He looks nervous right there. Let's go back a little bit.
Built it up a little bit over...
Baby Trump.
The last 4 weeks during this little ceasefire.
Now, for most people, if you see them...
Boo-hoo, mama, my mama gonna come and get me. Where's my boo-boo? Give me my baba, mama. Hold on. I gotta slow this shit down. This is hilarious. Damn, I haven't seen he gave a little kid face. A little infant face that time. I ain't seen that shit. Dr. G agrees. He's like, I never seen him do this before. It's because he's regressing. Every week he comes out, he's actually getting a month younger and shit.
Where is his interviews for Fox News? Why is he purposely doing this on a left-leaning media channel and then doing it on purpose? This is for optics, because he would not do this if this were Fox News. If that was the case, he would just have himself interviewed on Fox News every other week. But he's choosing to signal out these left-leaning media coverages.
Yeah, he's looking for a scandal, but it backfires on him. Yes. I mean, it does. Maybe it works for his base, and he's doing that on purpose. Of course, yeah, because he wants a liberal. He wants to walk out to show that the liberals are beneath him.
Yes.
He can never. So he looks strong, but the dude's a hunchback. And on top of it, he's sucking his lip like a little goddamn baby. My mama, and it's like, goddamn, dude. He's not even trying to give the aura of confidence when he does it. So it's kind of wearing off at this point. It's kind of wearing off. But let's see here. Let's watch this shit. This is embarrassing, man. Thank God I saw this. This is hilarious, too.
A little bit over the last 4 weeks during this little ceasefire.
Now, for most people, if you see
there it is, sucking my lip, give me my mama, papa. I'm a sad little boy.
During this little ceasefire,
that man talked bad to me, mama. That man talked bad to me, mama. Where's my daddy at? Oh, somebody. So you lost your baba, Mr. Trump. This motherfucker is regressing back to infantile stage. I mean, he's already been a petulant fucking child for years. Now he's reverting back to infantile shit here. God damn, it's pathetic, man.
For most people, if you see them do that, you're not going to make too much of it. And I don't make too much of it for President Trump, but I think it's worth pointing out because I haven't seen him do it before. And to me, that may suggest that his motor control of his mouth is a little bit different than it used to be.
It's gone. They might have built it up a little bit over the last 4 weeks during this little ceasefire that we did.
Now, as this continues on, you're going to see that he gets more agitated and the rain continues to get worse. Now, I don't think that's a coincidence. I want you to watch this right here and I'll explain what I mean.
This is much better. If I would have done it in my first term, Israel wouldn't have been ready. Hear that sound of thunder, lightning.
Is that going to interrupt, guys?
No.
Okay.
People.
As you can see, he still appears calm. He's saying, hey, don't worry about the rain and thunder and so forth. However, I want you to watch how he starts to react as the rain picks up.
You know that, right? You're asking me about, nobody has a list.
But are you...
Now, if you look at his brow, you can see he's starting to get more agitated. He's going to get far more agitated at the very end, but you can see as the rain picks up, as it gets louder, I think it's making it harder for him to focus and concentrate. Now, everybody deals with background noise a little bit differently, but we've talked before on this channel about it's possible that there may have been some sort of event that may have affected him neurologically in some way, and the idea that he gets more agitated by the sound of rain, by this background noise, speaks to that possibility.
Right? You're asking me about, nobody has a list.
Development after the deal was wrapped up. But let's talk about the economy. I want to talk about the economy.
If I didn't go in there with the B-2 bombers, they would right now have a nuclear weapon.
Now, at this point in the interview, Kristen Welker has pressed him on a number of subjects, but he continues to get more agitated. It does seem that as the rain picks up more, it seems to throw him off more.
The economy.
If I didn't go in there with the B-2 bombers, they would right now have a nuclear weapon, and it could be that half of...
And you're starting to see more expression of anger. I want you to watch this right here.
If I didn't go in there with the B-2 bombers, they would right now have a nuclear weapon.
This look right here, this is a prime example of anger. He tends to bare his teeth when he's feeling angry.
Damn, Trump is biting his goddamn teeth. Hey, motherfucker, you, why you ask me that fucking question? I'll rip you apart. God damn it, I'm the motherfucking president. How dare you ask me what the fuck? I brought my ass all the way. I had to talk to this bitch, and she fucking asked me this fucking question. God damn it, you. Motherfucking Melania woke me up early this morning. She didn't want to sleep with me any fucking more. Goddamn Trump, yeah.
So at this point, he's getting more frustrated, appears more agitated. And it could be because of the questions she's asking.
Goddamn Jared wouldn't fucking marry that goddamn piece of shit hole. Jeffrey Epstein's fucking accountant. What the fuck?
But I do think that the background noise, the stimulation, the overstimulation from the rain is adding to that. Because look, the brow is angry, the teeth are bared. He's not enjoying himself right now, and he is known to get frustrated with the press. But this right here looks more agitated than he would typically get in a similar situation.
Anyone who attacked police officers on January 6th should get taxpayer money?
I wouldn't be inclined to say so, but I have to see it. I can tell you this, 97% of those people, you look...
So now they're talking about people that were involved with January.
He actually... Trump speaks like backwards language. He's like, I wouldn't be inclined to. Motherfucker, you tried to. What is he talking about? He's like, I wouldn't be inclined to do that. That's exactly what you fucking tried to do, dude. What the fuck? What the hell is he talking about? Does he know what incline means? He's like, I wouldn't be inclined to do that. Dude, you filled the papers out. You gave the order. What the fuck?
I wouldn't be inclined to say so, but I have to see it. I can tell you.
Oh, really? Yeah, sure.
Get in a similar situation.
Anyone who attacked police officers on January 6th should get taxpayer money?
I wouldn't be inclined to say so, but I have to see it. I can tell you this, 97% of those people, you look...
So now they're talking about people that were involved with January 6th. Now you're seeing real anger come out. Now it's going beyond just appearing frustrated and angry. Now it is consistently angry.
At him, the FBI or whoever it was, because you had a lot of crooked guys.
Because you can see his arms are moving. He's emphasizing more strongly. His brow looks angry. He's baring his teeth more. This is Donald Trump, very agitated.
You had dirty cops. Comey was a dirty cop.
Well,
a guy like Bolton was a...
See, he's pointing at her now. This is something else that we do when we're feeling aggressive.
A lot of crooked cops. You had dirty cops. Comey was a dirty cop.
Well,
a guy...
And we see him point sometimes. This is not unusual for President Trump, but the degree of agitation seems above where he normally is with a sit-down interview like this.
Like Bolton was a dirty cop.
But there's no evidence.
Wait a minute.
And you see his hands. He's emphasizing now. He's angry, and he wants you to hear his anger.
Look at the tapes one time.
But 172 people did plead guilty to assaulting police officers.
You know why they pled guilty?
Should they be exempt?
Because they told they were going to jail for 15 years if they didn't.
Should they?
So now you're seeing a twitch in his brow. Watch this right here.
They be exempt?
Because they told they were going to jail for 15 years if they...
So now you're seeing it twitching downward. That is real anger. Because sometimes when we start feeling angry, our brow can start to express it that way. But you're actually seeing it twitch downward. We're seeing real fury right here.
Hold on. Let's slow this down. Okay, I want to see this for myself. I did see a little bit, but it's worth really catching his little quirks. Let's see here. Damn, she's got that Cash Patel look in her eyes, yo. she's trying to meet Cash Patel with his energy.
You know why they pled guilty?
They be exempt?
Because they told they were going to jail for 15 years.
Look at his face, yo.
They pled guilty.
He's like 15 years.
You know why they pled guilty?
They be exempt?
Because they told they were going to jail for 15 years if they didn't.
Should they?
They pled guilty because they were frightened. They went down. They were ushered into a...
So does President Trump feel passionate about these subjects? Yes. Do I think that this is exacerbated or made worse by the sounds of the rain? I think that's actually quite likely. I think that it is overwhelming his senses, and I think it's adding to his frustration. If you asked him that, would he say yes? Obviously, he would not. I don't think that he would.
He's getting confused by the fucking sound of the raindrops. I mean, goddamn, that's a sign of, yeah, he shouldn't be out here. He shouldn't be out there doing this. He can't do it. He can't do it. The guy's getting disorientated. It's just too much for him, you know? Noise and sound is too much. He's cranky. He gets cranky, man. And also probably just off of his balance, maybe, you know, like, but let's listen. So
consciously be aware that that is adding to this. But I think that he is having a hard time processing all the sounds around him. And I think that's new. I think that's different.
what they did to the lives of people. They destroyed people. They sent people to jail who did nothing wrong.
All right, just to be very clear, there's no evidence of what you're saying. But let me ask you about Todd Blanche. Let me ask you about Todd Blanche.
Listen to me.
Let's talk about Todd Blanche.
There's tremendous evidence. There's nothing.
There's the forehead twitching again. I mean, this is about as angry as I've seen him.
Todd Blanche. Let me ask you about Todd Blanche.
Listen to me.
Let's talk about Todd Blanche.
There's tremendous evidence. There's nothing but evidence.
The
election was rigged. It was a dirty election. And it's happening again right now in California.
You've never presented evidence.
It's happening right now in California.
Now, as Kristen Welker is basically saying, you need to give me evidence for this. If anybody's ever watched President Trump in an interview, he's pretty light on evidence when it comes to these kinds.
And look at his body language, though. Look at his body. He's leaning over towards her. Maybe it's because he can't hear her voice well. Like, what's going on? She's sitting straight up, calmly. She's sitting erect, pretty much. You know, you could see, actually, I wouldn't say she's sitting back, but she's not sitting forward, you know. She's sitting erect normally. Trump is literally, you know, he's moved his body, his head is like between his fucking knees, damn near. You know what I mean? Like leaning forward. It's Trump just, he doesn't have, I don't know. What do you call this when you go to some training, speech training, body language training, public speaking training, right? Trump has none. He has none. Yeah, he's just sitting there like
no media training at all. Yeah,
no media training, man. You know, just the optics makes him look like he doesn't have any control whatsoever. He looks nervous. He looks like he's trying to argue his point, that he's trying to prove something, that he doesn't feel like he's making his point. You know? Like, it just doesn't seem too confident, Trump here.
Of claims. Now, that doesn't mean that they're not true, but it also means that he doesn't have a list of here's the type of evidence I have to present to suggest that what I'm saying is true.
Eric said he's like an unrepentant serial killer. No offense to serial killers, Dave. yeah, he's like gonna come after you anyway. He's like leaning forward and shit, just closer with the axe, like. Let me get close enough to you to kill your ass.
I imagine as an interviewer she knows that, and so saying that, I suspect she knows this is going to agitate him more.
No, they're not. They're dropping fast because it's a rigged election. Let me tell you, it's 4 days, and they aren't even close to coming up with it.
That's how they count.
You know
the
why
votes
they're doing
in
that?
California.
Because they're cheating on the election.
Do you have evidence?
See, do you have evidence? There's no way that this is going to go well because President Trump, he doesn't have the kind of evidence he's talking about. Even if whether or not it exists is irrelevant. Point being is that even if he had the evidence, he wouldn't know it off the top of his head. That's not how he functions.
That's how they count.
You know why they're doing that? Because they're cheating on the election.
Do you have evidence to support
all I have to do is look. All I have to do is look.
That's not evidence.
And I listen to people, and let's see what happens.
But sir, that's not evidence.
Do you think it's appropriate?
That's how they.
You can see him adjusting his jacket, pointing at her. Now the anger is getting worse and worse.
I listen to people.
And you can just see, there's no part of his face that is not engaged in full anger right now.
They're urging the votes to be counted quickly. That's how they vote in California.
They're crooked, just like you're crooked. Your press is crooked.
And now we've gotten to a place where the guardrails are down. Now he's going after the press. Once again, this is not the first time he's ever done this, but this level of anger is unusual even for him.
The votes to be counted quickly. That's how they vote in California.
They're crooked, just like you're crooked. Your press is crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked.
To be fair,
so you can hear the level of strain in his voice. He calls people crooked all the time, but tends to sound a little bit calmer doing it. He seems more in control in those moments. Right here, he seems actually rageful. And that's what's different. Because there's plenty of times where he calls out the press, but doesn't actually seem angry about it. He may seem a little bit annoyed, but this level of anger is unusual.
They're crooked, just like you're crooked. Your press is crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked.
You hear that? And Meet the Press is crooked. There's real strain in his...
And your rabbit is crooked. Your gerbil is crooked. Those fucking fish in your house are crooked. It's like, God damn, dude, these just... The ants in your fucking window screen are crooked. The goddamn, you know, it's like, damn, the bus driver is crooked. The fucking, you know, this dude is like.
He sounds like a kid. He sounds like a kid just rambling at anything, trying to pull at straws and just insult.
Yeah, he's like, the spider web is crooked. It's like, what the fuck? He's just adding anything to it. It reminds me of that Key and Peele episode where the dude is like, the guy's he's in the detective's office and the detective's telling him to telling him the truth. What's going on? Who's a part of this? And the guy's looking at the pictures like, it's a man named Harry. Harry Cat a Tree. Harry Cat in a Tree. That's his last name. Yeah, because he's looking at a picture with the fucking cat in a tree. That's what Trump is just like, everybody's crooked. The light is crooked. The fucking picture is crooked. Trump is unleashing on her ass.
His voice right there.
Fair, I'm not crooked, but let's
Really?
Let's
Well,
continue.
you play right into their hands.
Let's continue.
You're either crooked or you're stupid.
Let's
play
continue.
right into their hands with this. You know that these elections.
He went there. He's like, you're either crooked or you're stupid. This is a petty man. This is a petty man. He's belligerent.
Petty.
He's abusive, man. This guy's he probably talks to people like this in private, bro.
Oh, probably 1,000 times worse.
1,000 times worse.
And I would have said, if I'm stupid, explain it to me like I'm stupid. Show me the evidence.
Yeah. The only thing that saves him is that he's really nasty looking, and so nobody feels bad because he looks so bad himself. You would just look at him like, normally I might want to punch you. Normally I would punch a person that looked healthy when they say this shit to me, but you, man, you look like a piece of shit, dude. Like, all I can do is laugh at this shit.
Man is peak geriatric. Like,
this shit is crazy, man. He's on fleek. He's angry. This motherfucker's he's like, must have had some serious. They must have shot him up with some extra goddamn Trump juice or something. I don't know.
Right.
But
You hear that? And meet the press is crooked. There was real strain in his voice right there.
Fair, I'm not crooked, but let's
Really?
Let's
Well,
continue.
you play right into their hands.
Let's continue.
You're either crooked or you're stupid.
Let's
you play
continue.
right into their hands with this rap. You know that these elections are rigged. Your network knows that they're rigged.
think about that as his insults. He got 2 words: crooked or stupid. That's the extent of his vocabulary. He couldn't think of anything else more insulting that's intelligent. You're just crooked or stupid, and you're dirty also, and he has no real language skills, bro. He's got no real language skills. He's very simple with his words, you know.
Yeah.
Crooked and
he
stupid.
Can't articulate. He doesn't have a vast vocabulary.
No,
he has the vocabulary of your average high school graduate.
No, high school graduate. No, elementary school, bro. This is playground shit for a 7-8-year-old. And it also makes it like it almost is like, does he like her? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? This kind of like elementary school shit. You know how they say you pick on the girl you like the most? You're ugly. That's because you know what I'm saying? You're stupid. You know, like Trump is like this guy, man. He is an enigma. Like that letter said, there's an enigma, Jeffrey. Some things are an enigma. I don't know. Trump, he's out. He's so fucked up. A psychologist, man. He has so many illnesses mixed up into one. He's just like a smorgasbord of
and the ones that we don't know about. Right?
Yeah. He's probably got a whole list. He's probably got a whole list. Bipolar, goddamn sociopath, fucking narcissist, goddamn, just all kinds of shit. I mean, he is a fucking wreck. Trump is a fucking wreck, yo, like of a person. He's a wreck of a person, man. It's yeah. And he's the president. And he's going to wreck.
And
go ahead.
Even when we consider the fact that, he's pushing this narrative of, Jan 6, the FBI and all the other parties were under him, right? He was the president at the time, so he controlled the FBI. He controlled, every branch, right? So, him saying that they were being ushered in, or that the left had FBI agents trying to start the coup, they were your FBI agents. They were under your purview, right? And so it just makes no sense. And then, aside from, the rigging of the election that he claims, in public court, his lawyers have stated that it was not rigged. His own lawyers, in defense of him, have said it wasn't rigged. They have no proof.
He's just saying something that he's doing what a crazy person does. Just repeat the same thing no matter what, even though he's hoping he can't. What it is Trump is sick, so he can't face the truth. And his way of facing the truth is to just repeat the lie because he can't face the truth. He doesn't accept failure. And don't get me wrong, in a non-competitive way, he doesn't accept failure. Most people that would be like, damn, I didn't do good at this today. I better do better. I better practice more. That's not what Trump does. He just lies more. He doesn't even try to do better. He just doesn't accept how bad he is.
He doubles, triples, quadruples down, and then he uses ad hominem attacks to defend his position as if, no, now you're stupid. If you don't see, you're stupid. You're dumb.
Yo, this is the president of the United States. And just think about this. The average person, to be able to really connect with Trump, you would have to sink to his level.
No, you would, and I do think that a lot of media, if they're gonna get criticized regardless, and he's gonna walk off, why don't you sink to his level? Why don't you use the same ad hominem attacks? Why don't you call him out on his hypocrisy? But it's because obviously legacy media is trying to play as nice as possible to be able to platform him when it's in this case it only works against him. We all know this is a one-up moment that he's trying to have, because if he truly knew that he didn't want these questions to be asked, go on Fox News, go on Newsmax, go on News Nation, go on your right-wing platforms where they're going to give you praise, where they're going to talk about the economy or the stock market in particular and give you all your praises and tell you how you're the greatest president ever. But you chose this interview. You chose it. I'm sure the White House said, hey, do you want to agree to this? Because the Secret Service has to now go with you to this location to meet with this reporter to have this interview. But it's all because he wants to fill his ego, claim that he's trying to be bipartisan and have this got you moment on what you would consider a liberal media source.
Yeah, he loses focus. I mean, he did want to do this, but it's just he's such a wreck that he just shows everything else bad about him. Like, he might have wanted some kind of scandal, but he is still a wreck, and everyone can still see he doesn't pull it off well. He got the scandal, but it's not the scandal he wants, right? He might be able to say, yeah, it's liberal media, and some people will still listen to it, but actually, the man looks weak. The man looks weak. And look at that.
He does look weak. He looks vulnerable.
Yeah,
he looks frail.
Yeah.
He looks geriatric.
Yeah, bro, he looks geriatric, and it's almost inescapable at this point. But let's hear some more. Like, he did so much here, but let's hear some more.
The way that he's speaking right now, the emphasis he's using, I think that he actually believes this. I think there have been questions to whether or not President Trump actually believes that elections are rigged. Based on what we're seeing body language-wise, he actually does believe that. And the more questions he's being asked, the more he's being asked to prove that, the more it is making him mad.
That these elections are rigged. Your network knows that they're rigged. You know that I won an election in a landslide.
Evidence that it was rigged. Let's keep talking about. I want to talk about Todd.
You have more.
And as you can see right now, she's pointing, and I've talked about how that's inherently an aggressive act. So even though she is calmer, he's the one that is clearly more rageful. It does seem to be that there's real conflict between the two of them.
Credibility.
But you've never presented evidence that it was rigged. Let's keep talking about. I want to talk about Todd.
You have more evidence. There's more evidence than.
Now, to me, this is such an interesting pose. You can see how clearly angry he is right here. He's expressing it with his hands, all of the emphasis, all of the anger. But she right now has turned her chin up to him. Now, what that does is that's a way of saying that she's above this, that she actually thinks that she is above this argument that they're having. So when he's not presenting evidence, she is genuinely looking down on him, so to speak, because
that is deep. She is fucking looking down on Trump. And you know what? That's what I was saying. Like, you know, normally if the guy was in better health, looked better, looked normal, you know, a person throwing these insults, you might punch them in the face. But when Trump does it, you actually, he invokes something else in you because he looks so bad, you know. Yeah, and look at her. She knows that these insults are beneath her. You know what I mean? Like, she knows that. She's, how can I say this? She's a classy lady, man. She's a classy lady. Yeah. She's a dignified, classy lady,
she's
bro.
A classy, educated, well-positioned woman.
Exactly.
Right? Who worked for her position and probably worked for this interview, right?
She would never carry herself that way for anybody. I mean, of course, everyone has personal relations that people don't know about or whatever, maybe, you know, but generally speaking, no, this is not, you know, she's way above this. And damn, Dr. G caught that shit. She put her chin up to his ass. Like, wow. And look at Trump, clumped over, leaning forward. He's not above this. He's not above this at all. And he let you know every second of the day, no, you're stupid, you're ugly. God damn, yo. It's like, he's not above any of this bullshit. God, man.
He is not providing the evidence that she's requesting.
Rigged. Let's keep talking about, I want to talk about Todd
You
Blanche.
have more evidence. There's more evidence than.
See, her chin went up. He keeps talking about there is more evidence. Her body language says that she doesn't believe that.
Ever presented.
Let's talk
your
about
elections in this country. We're like.
See,
Rigged. Let's keep talking about, I want to talk about Todd
You
Blanche.
have more evidence. There's more evidence than.
See, her chin went up. He keeps talking about there is more evidence. Her body language says that she doesn't believe that.
Ever presented.
Let's talk
your
about
elections in this country. We're like a third world country. Your elections are crooked, and you're crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked.
He said, you're like a third world country. He's losing his mind. He said, you're like one. No, it's our country he's supposed to be talking about. But he said, you're like, so you can see he's enraged right now. He's enraged.
Ever presented.
Let's talk
your
about
elections in this country. We're like a third world country.
Oh, he said
your
we're.
elections.
Oh, he said we're like. Okay, it sounded like he said you're.
Her body language says that she doesn't believe that.
Ever presented.
Let's talk
your
about
elections in this country. We're like a third world country. Your elections are crooked, and you're crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked, and so is ABC.
So you saw the eyebrow flash. His eyebrows went up when he said, and so is ABC. So this is him really wanting you to pay attention to what he's saying. This is him emphasizing what he wants you to hear. When those eyebrows go up, he wants you to be paying attention to his face. So he wants everybody to hear how crooked he thinks everybody is.
Are crooked, and you're crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked, and so is
ABC. See those eyebrows?
ABC and CBS and CNN.
But Mr. President,
and YPQ, and it's just like ABC and CBS and CBD.
And as he's saying all these, you can just see it is continuing to twitch over and over again. This is actually fairly unusual. We don't usually get to see people in an interview like this with this level of actual rage.
I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please, I traveled all.
See the way he just threw off his microphone? He wants people to know how unhappy he is. Look at his mouth.
Yeah, this is an act for him. Trump always does this shit, you know? Here we go. Let's play it.
Rage.
I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please, I traveled all.
See the way he just threw off his microphone? He wants people to know how unhappy he is. Look at his mouth right here. This shows displeasure, and he's leaning back. He's trying to disengage. Then, after he disengages, he's about to lean in further to make sure that she gets his aggression.
All the way to Wisconsin.
I've sat in the rain with you.
See, he was leaning back to appear casual and disengaged, but as soon as she keeps talking, he's right back in it.
Yeah, he's upset. This is left plan mode. The plan was to get in there and to have a little fiasco with a lefty. Yeah, right? Everyone knows that's his plan. He knows he's talking to He's talking to a regular. He's not even talking to lefty news, but he's going to call it lefty anyway if they don't just do what everything he wants, right? If they challenge him on anything, it's always going to turn out to be lefties, right? But look at this motherfucker. He is screaming. Look at his face. This shit is crazy. Like, why is he looking like this? This motherfucker is enraged, bro. But he just can't get the noise out of his mouth. He doesn't have the high volume. It's like everything, but he really is fucking enraged. Wow, bro.
No, he's beyond enraged, right? And he keeps repeating talking points that just haven't been proven, right? They have zero facts. We just went over, in the past lives, what voter fraud looks like, right? And what election fraud looks like and how it's virtually non-existent, right? After over 1 billion casted votes, we have about 1,500 instances of voter fraud, and most of it is in the context of voting twice, right? And when you take into account 1,000 versus 1 billion, 1 billion actual casted votes and 1,500 being some sort of voter fraud, it's so negligible that it wouldn't even put a dent into any election.
It's 0.5.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? Yeah, but that's MAGA for you. They got to find a minority, you know what I'm saying, to focus on. Fuck the majority.
Create a narrative.
Fuck everybody, everything else. We got to find a minority and focus on that. Nobody else is going to get any attention with this tax money. just the invisible minority going to get it, all the attention. Yeah, this is incredible.
If you had $1,000 and a penny of that $1,000 was fraudulent, are you throwing away all of your money because that one penny out of the $1,000 is fraudulent? It makes no sense.
Right.
It just makes no sense.
You know what I mean? Exactly. But again, and here's another question. If he does make this $100 bill, don't you think they should choose this face? This is the face they should put on it. They should put this shit on the Trump penny and shit. Hey, do you know they can do that? They can actually do that, right? They don't have to ask you permission to put your face on it. Nah, they can. I think they could put his picture like this on a penny. Anyway, let me find out. That would be really nice to know. Let me see. Can the next Congress put Trump's face on a penny without asking him or getting his permission? That would be real nice. That's how you got to get at him. If it's legal, I think it is, because he served as the president. I don't think they have to ask. Hold on. Multiple federal laws dating back to 1860s and reinforced by the Presidential $1 Coin Act in 2005 explicitly states that no living person can appear on. Right, but that's different. Does Congress need his permission? No. Listen, Congress doesn't need his permission. They can have this motherfucker's face up just like it is right now on the penny. Just to commemorate this crazy ass moment. Here's Trump, y'all. Remember those days? It's worth a penny. Remember this psychopath? Like, damn. Just to mock his ass. Yeah, they should do that. Just to, he want to have his face on some shit. Put this up there. Y'all crooked. Just to remember these crazy ass days we had with Trump. Put the date on there too and shit. 2026. Just to commemorate his ass and shit. Just the horrors that happened with him, man. Oh my God. Remember those days? This is a collector's item.
CBS and CNN.
But Mr. President,
your one-sided crooked network. So let's call it quits because I've had enough.
Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
I've sat in the rain with you.
I know. I
I've sat in the
traveled
rain
all the
with
way
you
to
for an
Wisconsin.
hour.
Now he's pointing out the fact that he sat in the rain, which I understand. That is not something that you would normally have to do when you're in a position like he's in. But I think it's having an agitating effect. I think that made him angrier than he normally would be in something like this. Because it's not unusual for him to say ugly things to a reporter. That's pretty typical, actually. But for him to have this level of strain and genuine anger behind it, that is unusual.
Listen, we traveled all the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
And as you can see, he touched her shoulder as he left, and the goal of that was to patronize.
Listen, we traveled all the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
All right, let's go ahead and wrap things up. Hopefully this is helping you better understand some of President Trump's behavior and his body language during this interview. Now, he started out this interview in his typical fashion, but as the rain continued, as the questions got harder, he became far more agitated. Not unusual at all for him to say ugly things to the press or to say, I don't like you or you're fake or all of these things. But the level of anger, the level of strain in his voice, the appearance of anger and rage to that degree, that is unusual. And I do think, based on what we're seeing, that there could be some reasons for that. It seemed that the rain sounds may have agitated him. They may have been distracting, and more so than they would be to your average person. It seemed to have an irritating and frustrating effect for him. I do wonder if he's having a harder time processing these things than he used to, because these kinds of behaviors are different. We're seeing changes, and that's what I'm going to continue to watch for. I'm going to see if we continue to see.
Yeah, Trump's getting old as fuck. Excuse me, but he's getting, I'm talking about physically. He's out of it. Mentally, he's out of it. Trump is way out of it. Yeah. And you got to know when to call it quits. Listen. And then on top of it, I'm sorry. And this is just, I'm not against people his age doing any kind of work, even being the president. If you do it well and you do it with grace and you do it a great job at it, no problem at all. But Trump is showing you that it's almost like he's reluctant to even do the job. He complains. This motherfucker is a complainer. He complains about everything. And that shows you that he doesn't like the job. He doesn't give it any grace. He doesn't make it look smooth. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't make it look easy. Biden didn't make it look hard. Obama didn't make it look hard. Even if you have to deal with difficult things, they didn't make it seem like, I have to deal with this again. But that's Trump for you. Trump took a job he didn't want. And, yeah. I mean, he wants it for selfish reasons, so he'll take the power. But
he'll take the money as well.
Yeah, he'll take the money and the power. But as far as like trying to figure shit out for everybody else or what's best for the country, man, he doesn't have the time for that shit. You know what I'm saying? But there's more news now. Let's catch it. Katie Fang has some interesting points here about Epstein, Trump's best friend. Yeah, best friend when he was doing all of his sex trafficking.
June 9th. Before House oversight in a transcribed interview, not one under oath, not one that is videotaped, and not one that is public. The long-time executive assistant for Jeffrey Epstein will provide information to members of Congress. Her name is Leslie Groff. It's spelled Lesley Groff. This woman's name appears more than 167,000 times in the existing rollout of the Epstein files.
So her name appears 167,000 times. 167,000 times in the Jeffrey Epstein files. So yeah, let's continue. It's wild.
As currently illegally and improperly redacted by the Trump Department of Justice.
Okay, so they tried to redact her name. They didn't want people to know who she was. They didn't want to give out information, people you can investigate, people you can follow up after, people you can, ways and angles into knowing more information. So they didn't want to give out her name, who she was. But yeah, so let's continue.
I'm going to say that again. 167,000 times. OFF. This woman's name appears more than 167,000 times in the existing rollout of the Epstein files, as currently illegally and improperly redacted by the Trump Department of Justice. I'm going to say that again. 167,000 times Leslie Groff's name appears in the Epstein files. She worked for Epstein from February of 2001 until July of 2019. I want you to think about the fact that
big up to Katie Faye.
19 years of employment as Jeffrey Epstein's closest executive assistant. I am talking somebody who knew the intimate day in and day out of this man's schedule. They had access to information about this man's life and schedule, travel, etc. Somebody who also had access to directories of contacts, politicians, royalty, Hollywood, political elite, business people, academics, you name it, this woman had access to all this information. And yet, she insists she had no idea what Jeffrey Epstein was doing. She had no idea that he was sexually abusing children. She had no idea that he was running a multi-decade international sex trafficking ring. No idea. She also interacted with Ghislaine Maxwell, let me be clear. And she also claims, Leslie Groff claims, she has no idea about Ghislaine Maxwell being complicit and also a participant in this multi-decade international sex trafficking ring. It defies logic and reality. And yet, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. So I wanted to do a little bit of a deeper dive on Leslie Groff in anticipation of her testimony tomorrow. And I'm going to start with a 2000.
It's interesting because there is a pattern here where it's like when you're dealing with people that are victims of shit, big events. Look, even when you had Hitler doing all of this shit and they were going after Jewish people and others in Germany, Nazi Germany at that time, there were some Jewish people that went along with it, like African Americans. It was some black people that went along with this shit, and there's always a few, there's always some, and it just goes to show you with this thing about exploiting young girls, there was women going along with it. And it's so tragic, but that's one of the components in it, So it is really unfortunate, but it's also a reality check because it shows you that, wait a second, what is the real problem here? It's like there's capitalism, there's power, people that want power and people that want money are willing to and are corruptible, are willing to do anything. And it doesn't matter those women. It doesn't matter if those were little girls to those women. Those women got no connection to that. That's not what their angle is. They don't care. They don't see themselves in those young kids at all. Even the men don't see themselves in the young boys that were taken advantage of. And in fact, you rarely hear any of the boys be mentioned, but Congress knows and others know there are actually some boys that were taken advantage of too. I don't know why they don't talk more about it, but they know it is a fact. They know it is a fact. But I just wanted to say that, don't be surprised that there's women, because it's always like that. There have to be some of whatever that group is to sell out the others or to keep perpetuating the same garbage. Think of it as rap music. Don't you always wonder why some of these rappers, sell garbage music, sell poison, bad misogyny, sell anti-black racism in their own music, I'll kill you, nigga, and all of this shit, and try to justify it? What do you think they're doing? Where do you see all the rappers today? Where do you see the entertainers today? While the United States is falling apart, where do you see these entertainers? What are they talking about? Do they have a code of ethics that says I can't speak about no politics whatsoever? Like, come on, man. You want people to support you. It's just capitalism, man. It's sad. It's sad. It's sad.
Interview that was done with the FBI. So let's start there, because I think it's worthwhile to start there. January 9th, 2008. So Leslie Groff has been working for Jeffrey Epstein for approximately 7 years. She was interviewed at her residence in New Canaan, Connecticut, regarding a federal investigation involving the sexual exploitation of minors. She advised that she began working as a personal assistant to Jeffrey Epstein in February of 2001. She was interviewed for the job by Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and Kimberly Foley. Her current job responsibilities include scheduling Epstein's personal and business appointments, answering emails, and organizing planning Epstein's day. Groff described Epstein as a good boss. After the final call, she accepted. So during this interview with the FBI, Leslie Groff was attending to her young child, and she also received incoming telephone calls. After the final call was accepted by Groff, she then requested to speak with an attorney, at which point the interview was concluded. The agents then served her with a federal grand jury subpoena. Where did that go?
Whoa.
January 9th, 2008.
Wow.
Where did all of that go?
Somebody said in the chat that Katie is actually suing. Is it right? Is she suing the federal government right now? Let me know if that's true. I think I saw somebody in the chat say that. Yeah, I'm
Where did
curious
that
about that.
investigation go? And don't you think it's interesting that after receiving some final call from some unknown person or persons, she then requests to speak with an attorney? It almost seems like somebody knew that she was meeting with law enforcement at that time and told her, don't talk to law enforcement anymore. I mean, look, supposition on my part, but as a former prosecutor and somebody who investigated cases, I'd say the timing of that is a little bit suspect. So that is January 9th, 2008. And that is from, if you guys are tracking this, the bait stamp is EFTA 1246201. And then what's interesting is we have the interview note from the FBI, but then we also have this kind of transcribed page, which is separate and apart, which has fewer redactions. Alrighty. So then there's another interview that was done by the FBI of Leslie Groff. And this was July 3rd, 2021. So now we have fast forwarded 13 years. And Jeffrey Epstein is no longer with us on this earth. Remember, he died in the summer of 2019. And inexplicably, in this 302 by the FBI of Leslie Groff, the names of the assistant United States attorneys and the name of the special agent are redacted, which, again, on its face, is a violation of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. But Groff confirms that she worked for Jeffrey Epstein from February of 2001 until July of 2019, and that she worked in this office with several people whose names are going to sound familiar to you. I wrote them down. Eric Gainey, at the time when she started working with Epstein, was Epstein's accountant. Eventually, Gainey stopped working for Epstein. It became Richard Kahn, whose name you have heard a lot lately because he is one of the co-executors of Jeffrey Epstein's estate alongside longtime attorney Darren Endike. Bella Klein was the assistant accountant. So I'm going to stop right there. Eric Gainey and Bella Klein, I just covered their names on Katie Fang News when I was talking about H. Loy Anderson Jr., the late father of Bettina Anderson, who is now known as Bettina Trump, new wife of Don Trump Jr. And you remember I told you that Bettina's father, her late father, was the banker in Palm Beach for Jeffrey Epstein, and Mr. Anderson, the banker, also vouched for Jeffrey Epstein to help him gain entry into the United States Virgin Islands to bring his businesses there and to also facilitate being able to live and to pretty much run his small kingdom of abuse and crime in the Virgin Islands. Harry Beller is another name that comes up a lot in the Epstein orbit.
Okay, yeah. So Katie Fang is suing the U.S. government. Yeah, appreciate that, Rafika. Thank you.
Harry was a financial advisor. Leslie Groff refers to Harry Beller as a traitor because Leslie Groff believed that Jeffrey Epstein was the executive assistant to somebody like Epstein who was a money manager. Darren Indyke and Jeff Shantz were two attorneys that had offices in Jeffrey Epstein's office. Lauren Quittner was the assistant to the attorneys. And Ghislaine Maxwell also had an office right next to Leslie Groff. And Ghislaine Maxwell's assistant's name remains redacted in the files. Now, this is interesting. I want you to listen carefully because, again, this is from Leslie Groff herself in 2021. This is after Jeffrey's dead. And this is how Groff is explaining to the FBI agents what her initial responsibilities were as she started working. And then it kind of stuck with that, but then it kind of escalated, right? Because she became more and more entrenched in Jeffrey Epstein's world. I'm going to run through some of the highlights of this 302. I invite you to take a deeper dive, but I kind of wanted to make sure that you got a picture as depicted by Leslie Groff as to her employment and her working relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And I want you to note the tone that is going to be markedly different than what I'm going to read to you, which was a puff piece interview with the New York Times in just a minute. Alrighty. So as I said, Leslie Groff she had her own office in the back of Epstein's building on Madison Avenue. But here's the thing. So she said that she had to sign a non-disclosure agreement when she first came to work with Jeffrey Epstein. And she said if she spoke about business people, which included people like Les Wexner, one of Jeffrey Epstein's biggest clients at the time, she would owe Jeffrey Epstein $100,000. She was just overwhelmed with the people that Epstein dealt with in politics, television, etc. She never knew people who had owned a plane prior to working for Jeffrey Epstein. And she said, quote, Epstein and Maxwell's lives were the lifestyle of the rich and famous. So clearly somebody who was wowed by Epstein's orbit. She said a lot of people traveled on Jeffrey Epstein's private plane. Epstein would tell Leslie who to reach out to be able to fly on the plane. And for example, Leslie would also tell the pilot, Larry Visosky, when Jeffrey Epstein wanted to leave. Leslie said the lingo that Jeffrey used was, quote, do you need a ride, end quote. Sometimes Epstein would tell Leslie who was traveling with him. Other times he would tell Larry the pilot himself. Epstein often traveled with Ghislaine Maxwell, but Leslie Groff said Groff did not travel with Jeffrey Epstein when he went on his trips. That's what she claimed. Now, this isn't...
Trump also claimed that he was never on Epstein's plane, and then they found out that was also a lie. So, yeah.
As well, Leslie...
He was on the plane with a young girl, 20 years old, and I believe with Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein also, various different times.
Groff said that Ghislaine Maxwell was a big part of Epstein's life. Maxwell introduced Epstein to a lot of people in her circle. This was Groff's perception because Groff knew her, as in Maxwell's background. Groff's impression, was that she knew that was how Epstein met royalty, through Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell did not talk to Leslie Groff. Groff didn't have normal conversations with Maxwell or Epstein. Maxwell told Groff, do not engage in frivolous conversation with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, this is the way that Epstein would have Leslie Groff schedule his massages. According to Leslie Groff, massage was a part of Epstein's day. They were, quote, normal appointments. Groff thought that Ghislaine Maxwell told her that Jeffrey Epstein had to have a massage every day. There are two names that are redacted. And in this 302, it says redacted name and redacted name trained Groff to but Groff thought Maxwell told her that, as in Epstein had to have a massage every day. It was presented like it was totally normal. Redacted name and redacted name had been there prior to Groff, and no one seemed like it was out of the ordinary. Groff's job was to make appointments. To Groff, making massage appointments was just another appointment she had to make for Epstein. Epstein would call Groff in the morning and say something like, call redacted name and see if she can do a massage at 4. Epstein would then call Groff every 15 minutes. If Groff told Epstein she could not get redacted name, for example, he would tell Groff to call someone else instead. Every 15 minutes, Jeffrey Epstein would call Leslie Groff to have a status update on whether or not his massage had been booked for that day. Don't you think if you're Leslie Groff, something about that would trigger a red flag? Like, it's just not normal. I'm sorry, Leslie. That's just not normal behavior about a massage. And how many people do you know that get a massage every single day? Now, Groff says that there was a directory of contacts. And so if you're looking for a, quote, little black book, you may not find it, right? You'll find a directory of contacts that Groff knew. She would go in and update the list. Everyone had access. It was kept on the computer in an old, antiquated system, according to Leslie Groff. So there are people, contacts available to law enforcement to be able to investigate if they actually wanted and bothered to do so. Groff thought she may have scheduled massages for Epstein's Palm Beach residence, but it was not as much. When Epstein left New York and took an assistant with him, the assistant took over the daily things in Palm Beach, New Mexico, and Paris. Now, Groff doesn't identify her, but I am going to posit that I think that who Groff is talking about here is Sarah Kellen. Because remember, Sarah Kellen was the longtime personal assistant and travel companion for Jeffrey Epstein. Groff thought Maxwell had made a thick, super thick book printed in larger type, kind of like a little black book, but really not little. It was printed and bound. These black books were located everywhere. There was one on Leslie Groff's desk. They were next to Epstein's phones. The books, she didn't know where they were printed. She didn't use the book. She used the directory of people in the computer. But she says there were, quote, a lot of important people in the books with their phone numbers, including politicians, actors, Wall Street individuals, and royalty. Groff was not supposed to take the book home. The book went away eventually, but Groff didn't know when this happened. They changed over to Mac computers. Now, the FBI agents at this time show Leslie Groff a series of different documents, one of which was called, quote, masseuses. Groff said this document looked like something that was definitely going to be in the office that Epstein asked her to put together, as in a list of, quote, masseuses. She said she didn't necessarily think that this particular document shown to her by FBI agents was familiar. She didn't recall making this document, said she was not saying that she never created it, but she did recognize the names. There was another document that FBI agents showed her called, quote, masseuses from Jan, Jan. Leslie says, I think this is what you mean by January. And then the document stated, quote, last saved by Leslie Groff. Groff says, look, this is definitely a list I could have put together and definitely something Epstein would have wanted, but she couldn't recall this specific list. Now, here's the thing. This is how Leslie would go about scheduling the massages. When Leslie would call someone to schedule the massage appointments, she would say something like, hi, redacted name. How are you? Mr. Epstein is in New York and he's wanting to know if you can give a massage at 4. The phone calls were short and to the point. A lot of times when Groff called, the females were at casting calls and they would not know how long they would be there, so they would have to call Groff back. When Epstein would call back for his messages, he would tell Groff to forget that one and call redacted name, as an example. Groff would call someone else and sometimes have to leave a message. She called females and one male masseuse. Scheduling massage appointments was around 1% of Groff's job. Groff,
yeah, she is lying her ass off. I mean, but they have all of them have the same pattern. That could have been me, but I don't remember. It's, I mean, all the way up to Pam Bondi, her testimony, same type of tactic. It's sad, but again, the American people aren't going to get answers from these people. The only thing that is going to ever give you answers is the Epstein files. These people are complicit and they are not going to tell you what you want to know or what the truth. They're not going to do it. They are going to withhold as much as possible because they feel like they are in legal jeopardy also. Very simple. and they're just not going to help you, no matter what it is at the. If someone was planning on taking over the United States of America and they knew about it, but they're in legal jeopardy because of it, they're not going to help you. Sorry. If they could stop a nuclear bomb from blowing up in the United States of America, but if they could do it, but yet they might be held complicit also somehow, they're not going to help you. That's what I'm saying. So people just got to get past this and realize these folks are not helping. They're not there for the United States of America. They're there for themselves.
Left a lot of messages. People would not answer their phones. Sometimes people called Groff asking to see Epstein for a massage. Everyone wanted to see him. Anytime Groff called someone, not just massage people, people just jumped to meet with Epstein. Again, Groff thought Epstein was a money manager, but clearly was also into the massages. She says Maxwell wasn't.
Yeah, madam. Yeah, exactly. They missed the part V started out with about the 224 and the NDAA. Exactly. This is like all of this shit. It's like you got the Epstein files still not released. There's been a lot of people saying that Epstein, and it's congressional members saying that there's evidence that Epstein was working with Israeli intelligence. Then you got the Pentagon saying that Israeli intelligence is spying on the U.S. government right now, right? Then you have that, and then you have this 224 NDAA thing where we're supposed to be mixing our military, making it even more entrenched with Israeli military. What the fuck is that? And they literally say if it goes through, if Congress tries to reverse it later, once it gets passed, if another administration tries to reverse it, it will actually put the U.S. in a situation of harm, of weakness, trying to reverse it once it's been implemented. If you don't implement it, you have no problem. But if you try to implement it, it's going to be difficult to get out of it without actually putting our security in danger, because then we will need to rely on Israel 100% for our safety. What fucking sense is this? I mean, you could see what's playing out. What's happening here with these Epstein files, if you ask me, my opinion is very simple. Russia and Israel have been running honeypot operations. Two groups. Jeffrey Epstein is mixed up with both groups. Trump is mixed up with it, right, with another group. And these guys all mixed up together, and we're doing honeypot tapes. And, and Clarence Thomas is probably one of them. Jim Jordan is probably one of them. All these people mentioned, there's other people in the U.S. government that are part of it. And they have these people on tape messing with little boys and little girls and doing other things, maybe even killing, watching people kill on tape. We talking about government officials, like watching them kill little kids. Like, seriously, I'm not bullshitting you. This is what's being said. This is what Sasha Riley said. This is what some other, there's a lot going on here. And there's a lot of times and dates that have been corroborated. So you got to ask yourself, why is the U.S. government really willing to do? Why are the congressional members even talking about this 224 NDAA shit? Why do we need them? What is going on here? Why do we need Israel for our security? What the hell is going on? They're the ones that's begging us for security. Why do we need them? Like, it's looking, I'm just saying, it's not even looking hella spooky. This is stupid. This is treasonous. If this Congress goes ahead with it, how can you go ahead with the deal with a country that has been running honeypot operations on your soil that got people killed? How do you do it when they're spying on you right now? Your own motherfucking military says they're spying on you right now. What the fuck is wrong with these people? And it must be that a lot of them are in these tapes or have similar things. If they're not in the Jeffrey Epstein honeypot scheme, they could be in another one. They could be in another operation. Like, I'm just saying, it's something for people to think about, And by the way, this is Katie Fang. She does some excellent reporting too. She used to be a judge? Wasn't she a judge, I think? I don't even think she was a prosecutor. Was she a judge? Let me know. In any case, big up to Katie Fang. Let's see here.
An office manager. This is how Groff was introduced to Maxwell. And then, of course, Ghislaine Maxwell trying to downplay.
Yeah, happy Pride Month, everybody.
Leslie Groff says otherwise. Maxwell was Epstein's best friend. Epstein and Maxwell were confidants. Groff knew that Epstein built Ghislaine Maxwell her house. Groff thought Epstein and Maxwell were boyfriend and girlfriend. They were very carefree. Groff thought Epstein cared for Maxwell and she cared for him. They did not live together. Sometimes Groff was asked to messenger money for massages, and sometimes JoJo, another longtime employee of Jeffrey Epstein, would take the money for the massages to give to people. Epstein sent everything via messenger and via FedEx. No one ever came to the office to pick up money except JoJo or a messenger. Groff never went to Epstein's house until 2013. She did go to Epstein's island. She also never went to the New Mexico ranch, Zora Ranch. She claims she did not travel with Epstein. When she went to Epstein's island, Epstein was not on the island. Again, more details in this 302, but I want you to remember, this is how it was relayed to the FBI. But compare and contrast to this. In 2005, in February, a New York Times journalist by the name of Landon Thomas Jr., who I have covered extensively here at Katie Fang News, who is a friend, source, close to Jeffrey Epstein. He would pump Epstein for like stock tips, and then he would write all these fluff pieces about Epstein. He would also try to connect Epstein with people, and Epstein hooked him up with people, etc. Landon Thomas Jr., somebody who eventually got let go from the New York Times, understandably so, because how can you be so close to Jeffrey Epstein and then be writing stories about him? So anyway, Landon Thomas Jr. does this ridiculous piece, February 5th, 2005, called "Working for Top Bosses on Wall Street Has Its Perks." Now, I want you to listen to this. Jeffrey Epstein is interviewed as a part of this Landon Thomas Jr. piece. And this is how Landon Thomas Jr. describes Jeffrey Epstein. He says, Jeffrey Epstein pays his 3 executive assistants more than $200,000 a year. A financier who manages the money of a small roster of billionaire clients, Epstein has an unusual philosophy about the utility of his 3-woman executive team, which manages his hectic life of globetrotting and hobnobbing with the likes of former President Clinton. He calls them, as in his executive assistants, including Leslie Groff, a, quote, social prosthesis with an intuitive knowledge of his manifold needs and a 24-hour presence that make them virtually indispensable to his personal and business success. Now, here we go. This is what Jeffrey Epstein said about Leslie Groff and his executive assistants. Quote, and by the way, that includes Sarah Kellen. Quote, "They are an extension of my brain. Their intuition is something that I don't have." Accordingly, Mr. Epstein, who lives and works on a private island in the Virgin Islands but maintains an office in New York, does not stint in compensating them. In addition to the rich payday, he also ladles on the perks. He maintains a charge account at Frederick Fekkai, the society hairdresser, for their unlimited use and pays for all food eaten during his lengthy business hours, including takeout from the Cirque. On trips on his Boeing 727, he frequently takes 2 of the assistants with him. Now, I want to stop for a second. Frederick Fekkai was just a part of a request to Trump DOJ to investigate not only Fekkai, but as well former Miami Beach Mayor Philip Levine. That referral was just done last week, and it was premised on the information that was provided by Sarah Kellen that she had been allegedly sexually assaulted by Fekkai and by Philip Levine. So Fekkai's name's mentioned as far back as 2005. Now, I just said that Epstein told Landon Thomas Jr. that he frequently takes 2 of the assistants with him. When one of them, Leslie Groff, so I don't know, didn't Leslie Groff just say that she didn't travel with Epstein? When one of them, Leslie Groff, who is 38, so in 2005, Leslie was 38 at the time, became pregnant last year and talked of leaving, Epstein bought her a Mercedes-Benz E320 to make her commuting easier and agreed to pay for a full-time nanny so that she could keep working for him. Epstein said of Groff, quote, "There is no way that I could lose Leslie to motherhood." What did Leslie Groff have to say in this article? Groff said she thought she was worth the price. Quote, "It comes down to the bond. I know what he is thinking, and I know when I need to be fast. It's a nice roll we are on." Ooh. So a Leslie Groff, Jeffrey Epstein mind meld is going on here. And yet Leslie Groff wants you to believe that she had no fucking idea what was going on with Jeffrey Epstein. She worked for him from 2001 to 2019 and she had no idea. That's what she wants you to believe. Isn't that interesting? Let's look at the emails that Leslie was on. Kind of makes you wonder. Here's an email dated October 21st, 2011. October 21st, 2011 at 9:54 a.m. Leslie Groff writes to this redacted name. Morning. Jeffrey says he called you at 10:30 last night, but no answer. He's wondering if you might like to stop by today with redacted name at either 3 or 7. Let me know. Thanks, Leslie. Response. Hey, Leslie, we will come today at 7 p.m. Leslie then says, hi, redacted. Jeffrey was asking if you could come now. If not, keep the 7 p.m. To which this person responds, redacted name isn't home now and I have no way of reaching her either. So Leslie says, okay, no worries. So 7 p.m. it is, thanks. At 3:45, this redacted name person says, hey, Leslie, redacted name just got back. I spoke to her now about tonight. Listen carefully, folks. She has never done anything of this sort before and is a little nervous about the whole thing. I don't know what Jeffrey has planned for tonight, but is it okay if they just meet this time? She would really feel more comfortable that way. If Jeffrey would rather not, it's okay. Let me know.
Oh, shit. Yo, this lady is caught red-handed orchestrating this shit between a victim and Epstein. Their whatever affair, their events, sex trafficking. That's exactly what this is. This is again, it's not any surprise. I mean, a lot of times in capitalism, women need money, right? And women are willing to sell out other human beings also for money, just like men are. You know what I'm saying? Men do it all the time. Why shouldn't women learn from men how to make money also, right? You know what I'm saying? And obviously they work for Epstein. It's not like the boss is a lady, obviously, right? But Epstein's willing to buy them what they want, get them what they want to help him do this stuff. And again, if American people are going to let these folks, she was a recruiter, right? Also a recruiter. If what's up, Lauren? Yeah, if American people are going to just let people like this off the hook, listen, this is your life. I said this some time ago. The way I frame it is like this. The victims didn't get justice. They were sex trafficked. They were victimized back then. And because nothing happened about it and no one was prosecuted, now everybody in the United States of America is being victimized by the same people. That's how I see what's going on. Because it wasn't stopped back then, it got what it wanted, control over the country. That's what this sex trafficking shit was about. That's what this espionage shit is about. That's what this blackmail stuff is about. That's what these little kids are about. And that's what these videos are about. And that's what all of this shit, how it connects. They use this operation to get control over the country. Very simple. Peter Thiel was down on the island. Goddamn Elon Musk was down on the island. Like all these folks. Musk has like 30 goddamn baby mamas. How many babies mamas? I don't know. 20? Is it 15? I don't know. But dude, come on. Peter Thiel. Notice how they keep saying little boys were involved too. But they never tell you anything about who was involved with the little boys. They always tell you there were some little boys too, but that's all they tell you. You don't even get to know what men were dealing with little boys. Sasha Riley says Trump was dealing with little boys. One of the little boys he claims was him. Right? So Sasha Riley says that. He's a military vet today, but he says that. He told his story. It's all on audio tape. And again, I think it's just very basic how life works. If you didn't care about these victims back then, now you're the victim. Yeah, that's how it works. You may not care, but now you're the victim. Do you care now? We will see. On that note, folks, I'm going to be out of here. I got to get out. I'll be back again in 18 hours from now. Yo, Mike, you still there? Let me see if he's here. Maybe he tuned out. Let me see. Oh, no, he's still there. Maybe he tuned out. But in any case, I'll be back. I appreciate everybody for showing up and tuning in for today's program. Yeah, it's wonderful to become able to
Yeah,
come
man,
out.
I'm here.
Oh,
I
you
was
there?
on mute. Sorry.
No worries, no worries. So, what do you think about this shit, man? Leslie Groff, right? That's her name, right?
Yeah.
Leslie Groff. What's the deal, bro?
Well, fundamentally, I think that it just goes to show they're trying to sweep this under the rug. They're trying their best, right? If I'm not mistaken, Todd Blanche had recently said he is not going to release the rest of the Epstein files. They are trying to get past this as fast as possible to put it in the wind and have everyone else, including especially the American people, to have this as an afterthought when this is not an afterthought.
Right.
It just isn't.
Right. It's not
Right?
over yet. It ain't over.
It's not. It's not. And I think as long as we have, independent news coverages like what we have here and other independents who are continuously speaking up on it and continue to have it be reminded of what Epstein did and the connections and the interconnectality of both Jeffrey and, Trump and, the Epstein class as a whole,
right.
We have to continue to be on it. We have to continue to, expose it. We have to continue to speak on it. So that way we do get some sort of justice, even if that's in the form of exposing the individuals, with prosecution later, because we know this DOJ is not going to do much, if anything.
Right.
Right. And try to force them to hold accountability through, exposing more and more and having women like this testify before Congress. And remember, the reason why we want them to testify before Congress is because then Congress can enact more and more legislation to try to figure out how can we continue to expose the Epstein files, right? What else can they do? I mean, the only thing that sucks is that they've already, vote into a bill to be able to expose the files, but this current DOJ and this current presidency don't, it's rules for thee, not for me.
Yeah.
And so
Congress has made it.
overlooked that.
Yeah, Congress has made the law obsolete because Congress is doing nothing. Because the Justice Department now is breaking the law, Congress is doing nothing about it. The only people that can make them follow the rules are Congress and the Senate, right?
There you go.
Yeah, and they both don't want to. They don't want the Epstein files. They don't want people to know what the Epstein files are really about, and you're paying for it. You're paying to keep the Epstein files hidden from you. You can't know.
No. I mean, they're gonna do. They have done the most that they can to stop that, to make sure that this never comes to light. And we, as American citizens, taxpaying American citizens, at that, we need to find, a way to hold them accountable. And it's the reason why they're doing everything down to redistricting, right? They're doing everything to make sure that these midterms don't reflect a majority Democratic.
Bro, you said it right there. And this is what is so sickening too. Another sick element. They're able to fool the people by doing the redistricting and make and how can I say this? They're calling the redistricting, they're coining it as a crime against African Americans. Right. Yeah, it is.
No, they're calling it as racism against white people.
Racism against white people, right? Yeah, they're calling it as racism. That's what the right is racism against white people. But look, they're just using race again. They don't care if it's harming black people intentionally or if it's racist towards white people. They don't care. The point is to make sure the Republicans keep the majority so they can keep hiding the Epstein files. That's the point. They don't give a fuck about the white people or the black people, but people go for this shit, bro. People go for it.
They do because they are galvanized through hate, division, identity politics, respectability politics, and they don't essentially get us to focus on the big things that matter, that will get them out of power, that will force them to be arrested, that will force them to be held accountable, right? And we have a lot of division, even amongst the left and the right. There's just so much division sown, and that's by design, right? That is by design. It is the propaganda playbook. It is by design.
It's by design. It's complicated and it's sophisticated and it's seductive.
Yes, it is, right? And it circles. All of it rhymes, right? It's the reason why Trump is in the headlines every day. It's the reason why Trump wants up this interview, right? It keeps people talking about the next talking point, right? It is the next drama, soap opera filled talking point that keeps us off topics like the Epstein files, like the midterm elections, like redistricting. It doesn't allow us to focus on real change, right? Real change that will hold a lot of these individuals who are fighting, or even in public sight, accountable, right? And it's why we continue to say, register to vote, and vote.
Yeah,
right?
Register to vote. Yep. Facts.
The Democratic Party isn't the best, but it's the more progressive out of the two-party system we have. I myself identify more as an independent, but the Democrats are the only ones doing anything to be progressive, right? And in order to vote in primaries, you have to choose a party, right? Like, you have to choose a party. In order to be able to choose your Democratic candidate or your Republican candidate, you have to be a part of the party, right?
Right.
And that is where, things like midterms come into play, right? Midterms come into play. So you're going to have to be registered under a party, even if you identify as an independent, right?
Right. You still need to, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you still, to be able to explain that to people again. In order to vote in a primary.
In order to vote in the primaries where your representative is being selected, amongst, the top 2 or 3 candidates, you need to be a part of that party. So whether that be Republican, whether that be Democrat, in order to get whoever is going to represent you overall for that position, you need to be party affiliate, right? You need to be a Democrat or Republican in order to vote in your constituent, in order to vote for the person you want to represent you for what you feel has your best in the primaries, right? And so that's what happens a lot is, voters wait till the presidential election or, a bigger election when Senate matters, right? The reason why we have Congress.
Yeah, Congress is even more important. Congress and the Senate are more important because you control
Congress owns the purse and Congress passes legislation. Right?
Exactly, and you control you control everyone else because if you have the power of impeachment, so you could impeach the president, the vice president, you can impeach Hegseth, you could impeach Clarence Thomas. You can get rid of all these people anytime you want, anytime they're not playing ball, and a lot of people just pass it up. The midterms, like it doesn't matter. No, they're the more consequential elections. You could argue that the president matters because he can do all these executive orders. But look, did you like how Trump did these executive orders? Most people would say that that's not even lawful to that degree, right? That it's Congress that writes the laws. Congress controls the purse. So it's Congress that's supposed to decide how money is spent, not the president. The president is the head of the Justice Department, right? He's supposed to execute.
Well, he controls it, right? Yeah, he controls
the law,
it.
right?
Over it, He's executive, but they're all separate branches. But he elects who runs DOJ and what they do. Yep.
Exactly. So, I mean, why would you give him power over the purse when he has his own distinct power? You know what I mean? So it's just ridiculous. But yeah, bro. Hope people pay closer attention. Vote, register to vote. If you don't know, ask the people around you, are they registered to vote? If you meet people that say they're unhappy with the system, still tell them, But how you change it is registering to vote. Let them know that that if we don't vote, these people have no reason to fear you. If you're not going to be voting, they ain't scared of you at all. You're nobody. These billionaires will run and take everything. The only thing they are afraid of is you voting. That's the only thing. And your gun. Those two things. But you could see they're going to send some robots out to deal with you with these guns. They're going to send an army out to deal with you with these guns. They're more afraid of the vote because the vote is the easiest thing to do. They don't look good when they're trying to stop you from voting. They look good when you have a gun and they can just say, see, he had a gun. He's a madman. We had to take him out. But they can't explain it that easy when they're taking you out for trying to vote. So vote. Vote.
Yeah, and they'll frame it under the guise of, redistricting under the guise of that it's racist versus the fact that it's oppressive to not have a group or racial group that is not represented in these redistricting maps, right? It is the reason why they want to redistrict. So that way, historically, blacks tend to vote Democratic. So they want to redistrict it.
Yeah.
So now you no longer have a Democratic representative, right? Because that rep now goes
right. But you know what they did,
right?
Yeah,
and Senate.
But you know what they did, because that's the problem too. That's another bleed over. Because now that you've redistricted to stop the blacks from electing a black person, well, you also just stop middle class people from electing people that care about the middle class. And that's you see what I'm saying? They're reducing them. They're able to use racism as a way to get in and execute classism anyway. So
yes, it's racist divide, but it's a classist agenda.
Yeah, because black people are synonymous with middle class and poor agenda. So if you're a white person that's middle class and poor, why would you want to hinder their votes? Because you're hindering your power too. Man, people just
you're hindering who represents you, right? Do you not want someone who is representative of your ideals, your class, and that will fight for legislation that improves your life? That is how you get this legislation passed through Congress or even presented in Congress. You have to have an agreed upon amount of representatives in order for these to become even voted on as legislation, right? And that's why we say to vote, right? Vote because it matters. It matters because the people you elect are the same people who represent you on the representative level, on the Senate level, and those are the people who pass these legislations through Congress.
Facts.
Right? Through Congress, right? And so when we look at things like redistricting, it is another way to combat or at least enact voter suppression. Just like we covered earlier in the segment, we Googled and showed you guys firsthand what is required for a state ID and why is it a primary source for registering people to vote. Because they're using all those documents, just like voter ID is a form of voter suppression. Right? So you mean to tell me you can bring all, because that's what it is. Right now we have this, quote unquote, voter ID. You lose that voter ID before it's time to vote.
And you paid for it. It's stupid. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
That means you can't vote, right? If you lose that voter ID, that means now you cannot vote, right? Even if you were to have your documents with you, you can show them your passport, you can show them your birth certificate, you can show them your social security card. But now it's, hey, you don't have the voter ID. Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry.
It's just people, man, are up for being scammed. Ignorance is prevailing in the United States, and it's sad, man. But luckily, there is an upside to all of this. You know what it is? You know what it is?
What is it?
It's I don't have to suffer with you. Because I'm an American that lives outside of the U.S. I live in Denmark. We all have health care here. You know what I'm saying? So if you dumb motherfuckers don't want health care, if you don't want Obama because he was black, Are you too stupid to not want health care? Are you too stupid to not want universal education when everyone else in the fucking Western world has it for their tax dollars? If you're too stupid, there's an upside. I don't have to suffer with you. Yeah. You ain't gonna drag me down with your motherfucking dumbass. You're dragging yourself down. Understand that. You can come up with all the arguments you want and shit. You ain't dragging this nigga here down. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
No, but it's also why you're allowed to be able to give that nuanced perspective, like we covered in the past lives, the Nordic model, the right, the healthcare, everything else that comes along with living in a Nordic country like Denmark, right? These are all things that the progressive world as a whole can strive for, right? Yeah. America, we should be striving for that, right? We should, and facts. It becomes accountability, transparency in how we're spending this money, and accountability towards why we're spending this money. They wrapped it up in the form of Doge to say we're trying to cut the deficit and spending and fraud, waste, and abuse, but no one was arrested, no fraud was found, and most of the cuts were taking place on a federal level in terms of employees that made the same government, the same federal systems now less efficient.
Exactly,
right?
Bro.
Less efficient. Things like Social Security now take longer to apply for, right? They made cuts to fundamentally to things like SNAP, right? Work requirements where 80% were already working. They were just underpaid, right? And
facts.
These are the things that they'll wrap it in an agenda and force feed it to you. And if you lack the critical thinking skills that we cover here, then you'll be a part of that group that is fooled, a part of that group that is brought into the propaganda that they play off as half troops, right? They tell you one half, but don't tell you the other half, right? When we speak about a person like Obama, right? Because Obama did nothing for black people, but you know what he did? The American Affordable Care Act, right? The Affordable Care Act. Right?
Hey,
you
know what? If you guess what? If you're too stupid to know what Obama did for you, and you're a black person, no one can make up that stupidity for you. You're just stupid. No one needs to explain it. You're supposed to be responsible enough to know what he did for everybody, including. It's not about what he did for black people. He's the president of the United States. It's what did he do for everybody? You're part of the everybody, fool. If you want to discount yourself from you want to discount black people's experience from everybody? Is that what
That's racist, right? That is racism.
That's racism. If he lifted up everybody, that means you too, you stupid motherfucker. Wake up. Goddamn. Like, what the hell, man? What the hell? Yeah, and he didn't do nothing for the chipmunks either. Chipmunks ain't gonna vote for him again. The squirrels ain't gonna vote for Obama anymore. Okay, well then no, you dumbass. Obama ain't begging you. What the fuck? If you too stupid to know the difference between good and bad, nobody can help you. What the fuck? You think you gonna come out here and project, you better help me, Obama. You better help me. First of all, the man did fucking help you. Okay, you see
No, he did.
And if you're too stupid to recognize it, he don't need to beg you to do shit. Live in your fucking misery. And that's also the thing. Who's your healthcare provider and what state do you live in? Because let's just talk about general. What state do you live in? Look, Lord, what state do you live in and who's your healthcare provider? Let's know how good you're doing right now.
That's a good question.
Because if Lord ain't talking about that, he ain't talking about shit anyway. Okay? You see what I'm saying? Because we know Lord is not rich.
Right?
You know what I'm saying? Lord is broke. Okay, and needy, like most Americans are needy, and it's okay to be needy. But if you don't know that you need shit from your tax dollars, and you don't know the difference between who did something for you through the law, it's not Obama's fault. You don't know civics. That's not Obama's fault. That's your goddamn fault. That's your responsibility to know civics. If you don't know civics, you don't know who's doing anything for anybody any fucking way. You need to know civics. All right, so enough. In any case, it's always some stupid ass that wants to be lazy and shit and expect everybody to pull their pants up for them. Go do your research yourself, you jackass. Yeah.
They still count as a viewer, right? They're still watching this content.
Yeah.
And whether they like it or not,
exactly,
they are forced to argue the facts.
You ain't do nothing for me. V Media ain't do nothing for me. Well, then why the fuck you here? Yo, why the fuck you here if I ain't do nothing for you? Huh?
There you go.
Yeah, V Media, you ain't gonna get me begging you to do shit for you. What the fuck? This reverse psychology shit? You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck about you. I'm not your parent. I ain't your parents. What the fuck? Motherfucker, you ain't giving me another child to raise. You know what I'm saying? If you too stupid to get where the help is, motherfucker, that's on you. I ain't begging you. Anyway, yeah, I appreciate everybody. Big up to everybody that came through today, no doubt. For enjoying the stream. Big up to you too, Michael from Brooklyn. No doubt, man. I appreciate you coming through. Yeah. We'll be back in 18 hours for some more detailed critique of the American existence. You see what I mean? And we're not crying. We know shit's going to change. You know what I'm saying? But in the meantime, some of us are doing a little better than others. Some
are doing a lot better than others. Right? So that's the 10%.
So if you need some help, you need to start acting like it. Don't be, you know what I'm saying? Don't act like your shit is all that. You know what I'm saying? But in any case, we'll work it out. If you didn't catch the top of the stream, rewind to the beginning, because there's maybe something else outside of Obama that you care about. Like maybe you care about your tax dollars going to Israel. If you do, reverse the stream, play it from the top, because that's where we started off today. In any case, in any case, we'll be out of here. We catch up with you tomorrow, everybody. All right, peace out. Peace, Mike.
Peace.
Yeah, one. Catch everybody in a few. 18 hours from now. Appreciate y'all. Fuck Trump. Trump ain't shit. I'm gonna piss on his grave. Yes, I am.
What about the kids? Tell them about the children. Yeah. Digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling, stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war, we got the weapon. People want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth can come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
All we need is one love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying? Oh no.
I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tags say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying?
One. got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. Orientation in this place we call Earth. Love from conception, from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts. Before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what your life. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul we're capturing. In this distance, the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it, let it, what? If you let it, don't let it, let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it, let it. Don't let it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We do something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I, on a mission to salvation. Our spirit be our transportation. We think you'll do a little love and that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. Bring it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want. From our harshest past and better than our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked. While we fight over problems we can fix, industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. What? Stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, they don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, they don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, they don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, they don't lie. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight. that you're gonna free your mind tonight, that you're gonna free your mind tonight. If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation. Cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt. Cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home. Everybody here, yeah. They don't know, kid. They don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie. To all the ghettos around the world. And yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. When I'm out walking, sometimes I think about, does love still exist? Yeah, I have my doubts. On the street, I check out how brothers been living. Yo, let's just say, kid, it ain't no Thanksgiving. We got people shooting dope, ain't never heard of hope. We got others with the gat and the brothers with the fucking scope. As I enter the projects, enter rec rooms, some brothers might see the doom. I see my man Paulo, fat pockets of papes. He knows the neighborhood biddies with all the dopest shapes. There goes Rollo with the blowout fro. He's got a gat, hey yo, brothers gots to go. No show is live with narrate, fuck Memorex. My man Rollo's got a gat at Paulo's chest. One slug blasted out, down boy died. Now show me some love, kid, it sounds like a fucking yes, you lie. Know the struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong. Sometimes I think how the world come to this, a place where every man and woman needs a therapist. Mass confusion, people living in delusion, justify all the bullshit through the Constitution. Meanwhile, the masses struggle to survive. I think we're too busy to hear our people's cries. Single mothers struggle to raise families. Genocide committed through famine and disease. I wonder if these things will ever cease to exist. I know it could if we cease and desist. Giving all the power to the industrialists, giving all our power to the damn commercialists that see us just as being sheep in this world. that want us to do what we're told, like boys and girls. Oh God, I wanna live another day so I can help provide equality
and
this
yes,
day.
The struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong.
Everybody round the globe, open up your earlobe, your third eye, and then decipher the code. Through knowledge, understanding, then bring love into the concept instead of bling bling. Truth instead of bias, educational methods. Twisting, contorting God's message of love for every human being. Listen, motherfucker, don't you hear the screams? It's time to do much more than talk, debate, and spread hate. We need to think and at the same time investigate. Understand what our actions may create. Before continuing the cycle we procreate. We can clone humans, but at the same time we can't feed humans. The future of man is actually looming. It's really depressing, it's true,
and yes,
man.
you know the struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong. Yes, you know the struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so